Hello everybody and welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is the 25th of January 2022 and let's get started. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I received a great big box from FedEx from a viewer named Patrick Russo. I think you've probably seen Patrick in the chat room on numerous occasions over the years, and he sent some things along, and I thought we'd take a look at it while we're live here and see what he sent. And we're going to start with the smaller box that was in the bigger box. So we'll start here, and I've got a letter. Hello, Uncle Carey. Hope things are going well for you. If you choose to read this letters for viewers, it might be easier if you summarized it since I'm not a wordsmith. I want to thank you and the community for the computer that we sent him. He says, I had upgraded the power supply and CPU cooler and RAM and RGB, and I redonated it to a neighbor's 12-year-old grandson. And now the computer I sent you is for a future giveaway. This was going to be the original computer for the grandson, which I transferred the GTX, it says 150, I think it's a 1050 Ti, and a 2 terabyte hard drive to the RGB computer you and the community sent me. I did transfer the power supply and CPU cooler that was in the RGB over to this one, and I also included the extra DDR3 RAM and video card for testing computers, just in case you left your testing video card in another computer. Plus some other goodies, for example, a magnetic tray. I know you said you had some but did not use them. Well, my thinking is this one you can use so the screws will not slide under the Lazy Susan during live streams, and the channel could get some revenue from your Amazon links to it. The red and green sticker dots I use myself to put on power supplies for systems I build, so people I build for will be easier to tell which is the on or off position. Oh, the switch. Got it. Hey, there's Patrick in the chat room joining us. He continues, I hope I did not violate or wrong you or the community by redonating the computer you sent me in any way. If so, I'm truly sorry. No, absolutely not. It's your computer to do with whatever you want to do. He says, I included $200 for future giveaways or for channel expense like feeding Mitch or paying the lovely camera operator or photo ray cabling skills, which he does excellently. If you're doing a St. Patrick's build, I could send you a green case, and I would still like to send a pink case for October's cancer build. Please let me know. I did pay FedEx to secure pack the computer and extra goodies in the same box that the RGB computer FedEx box, since I lost the original case box. Hopefully it arrives safely. P.S. The front case bezel, if it pushed in all the way, the front case fan will rub against it. Side panel screws, as Mitch would say, are a little wonky to put back on. It's easier if you lay the case flat for both sides. It's a cheap case. I paid $30 years ago, but it served its purpose. Thanks again, Uncle Carey and the community for all you do, and that's from Patrick Russo. All right, well, thank you, Patrick. So let's start with what's in the box here. We've got, we've got a big, thick joke book. I think he wants Mitch and I to bone up our material. All right, well, that'll come in handy in future Fridays, I'm sure. What else do we have in here? What is this? Oh, wow, this is old. This is a, it appears to be a floppy disk holder that's yellowed with age, and the screen has come off and is being held with Scotch tape, and I thought it should open all the way. Oh, there it goes. There's a little tray under here that looks like that opens. I don't know if it's supposed to. Wow, that's old school. That's a good old 3.5-inch floppy disk holder. What is this? A giant jumbo universal remote control. Now, come on, I'm not that old. And he writes, no glasses needed. Great. What am I supposed to use this for? Oh my gosh, that's great, but the size of my hand. Come on, man. I think he just sent me a bunch of jokes. Okay, there's the tray he was talking about, the magnetic tray. I have multiples of these. They're right over there. I don't use them. I don't know why people keep sending these to me. This will just go in the stack with all the others. I have a little bowl of screws I have here, but I have a system. It's hard to explain, but I have a system that works for me. I appreciate the thought. Oh, these are the red and green dots he was talking about for putting on the power supply switch for on or off. It's an interesting idea. What is this? This is apparently some kind of a paperweight. This also looks pretty vintage. Let's bring this up to the camera so you can see it a little better. M&M Mars Planned Order System. That's not what POS stands for where I come from. Okay, well, that's like a paperweight. That's, wow. That's gonna last a long time. What else do we have in here? Well, here's an envelope with $200. Right on. Thank you, Patrick. Here's a very old graphics card for testing. He sent it for testing. And what do we have here? I don't know. Just an old school graphics card. I don't know if it says what it is on it. Usually they do. Pegatron. Okay, it's a Pegatron. I thought they made fans. Huh. Well, when we plug it in, we'll figure out what it is. Always good to have a video card laying around for testing that you don't really care about, since it, you know, if you plug it into a system that's not working right and it damages the card, it's good to use cheap cards. This is a pencil sharpener in the box here. Let's see what this looks like. All right, well, I don't know the last time I've used a pencil, but we have a lot of little trinkets, a lot of little tchotchkes here. I guess that's how you empty it. It's awfully loose. It must come apart. I don't know. It's loose in there. Well, I think this is really just for looks at this point, based on its age, and it's been used a lot. So, yeah, it might be a little trinket to set up on the desk or something there. What else do we have? We have some DDR3 RAM, some more DDR3 RAM, and some more DDR3 RAM. I actually have a bunch of DDR3 RAM that I'm not even sure what I'm going to do with, but I'll stick that in the pile. What is this? Oh, this is one of those, they used to call them a cat, you know, that play on the word mouse. Radio Shack sold these for a while. This was for reading barcodes, and it's still got a PS2 port on it to scan in barcodes. Again, Patrick, I don't know if you're just sending me your old stuff. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this stuff. Studio B is not a big location. I don't have a lot of room for this stuff. It's very thoughtful of you, but, well, you shouldn't have. No, really, you shouldn't have. Okay, and now let's take a look at the computer that Patrick sent along for a giveaway. And let's see what that looks like. Let's move all this out of the way so I can seize. There. There's a couple Rayovac batteries in there. Oh, I guess that's for the remote. It's for the giant remote. This package looked like it cost you a lot of money to send, Patrick. And while I appreciate it, the reason, one of the ways packages get really expensive, just for future knowledge, is the size of the box you're putting it in. So apparently what FedEx did is they laid some foam at the bottom of the box, set this computer down sideways, which is right. Then they put some more foam on top, and then they put this box on top of that, which made the box get that much taller. If the contents of this box were emptied out, they could have reduced that box nearly half as tall. Could have saved you nearly half whatever you paid in shipping. Or it would have been cheaper for you to send this box separately, because you're paying for the space. You're not only paying for the weight and the distance, but the size of the box and the space it's going to take up on the trucks and transportation. And that makes up a very large percentage of what you're paying. So if you want to save some money in the future, either try to combine those things loose or ship a smaller box separately. Could have saved you a ton of money. But I really appreciate all the effort that went into this. That's a lot of stuff. There's Planet Cryos, contributes $10. Hey, thank you, Planet Cryos. Let me clear this little lazy Susan off here, and let's get the tower up and see what it looks like inside. Oh boy. Yeah, this case has definitely seen better days. It's pretty dented here. So Patrick wants us to give this away. Yeah, I see the red and green dots. It's a little wobbly. What else? It's got a Wi-Fi card in it, but I don't see any antennas. He says it contains an ASUS motherboard H81M-A. It's an Intel Core i7 4770S CPU, which runs at 3.1 gigahertz. 16 gigs of DDR3 RAM with an ADATA SU630 256 gig solid-state drive. Qualcomm Atheros Wi-Fi card. An EVGA 450 watt bronze power supply. Mitch friendly, he says. It's got the red and green stickers. Izuna CPU cooler, the DVD CD read-write drive, a storage drawer, cable, and Wi-Fi antennas inside. Oh, so this right here is a drawer. Oh, there's a power cable in there, and the Wi-Fi antennas are in there. I see what you did there. Okay, that works. And we've got this tape on the side, and this tape, if you leave it on too long, you'll never get it off. It'll take the paint off with it. So let's go ahead and pull that now and get it off of there before it leaves any residue behind. Even painter's tape, if you leave it on for months, you good luck getting it off. It'll forever be there. So the case is a little bit binged up. Looks like somebody repainted it. Yeah, but as a giveaway, you know, if somebody's got nothing. There also appears to be tape up here at the top. Huh. Let me take a look at that. Looks like when the case was new, maybe this had this plastic protection on it in shipping, and it looks like he never took it off. So if we take that off now, that should look better than the rest of the case, because for all these years it's been protected. Oh yeah, that's brand new under there. That was supposed to be removed years ago. All right, well, that's the benefit to the next guy. That's what I always say. All right, let's take these side panels off, or at least the one. Let's take a look at what we got going on in here. Gainsy95 contributes £10. Thank you, Gainsy95. Appreciate you. Okay, let's get this in front. Oh, people are talking about this drawer. Oh, yeah. These drawers have been around for years and years and years. Nothing new there. They weren't very popular. I think you can still buy them today. I think I have one brand new in a box over at Studio A. It's going to demonstrate it about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe longer, and just never got around to doing it. Well, I didn't find a customer who wanted it. So, you know, I didn't want it. And of course, as more and more cases started shipping without the front bays, I just never had much opportunity to ever put that idea into reality. Here we go. Oh, that's banged up pretty good. Okay, that power supply looks familiar. That cooler looks familiar. Got nice RAM in there. It's a mess of cabling, but with these old cases, they weren't designed for cable management, so not much you can do about that. Looks good here. He's got, for some reason, he's got the rear fan going all the way down here. I guess because there's no fan plug on this motherboard. He's got a USB 3 to USB 2 adapter, so this case must have, yeah, so it's got two sets of USB ports, and so since the motherboard doesn't have USB 3, because when the board was made, USB 3 didn't exist. So in order to utilize these other two USB ports, he's put a USB 3 to USB 2 internal header adapter so we can plug it onto the motherboard. We've got the DVD drive. These SATA cables are rounded. I've never seen round SATA cables before. And he's got three SATA cables. I don't know why. There should only be two devices. He's got the optical drive. He's got the ADATA SSD, which is only 256 gig. And then he's got a spare one that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. I don't know why. He didn't just use the other blue one for the solid state drive. This is one of those really tiny motherboards. It'll pretty much take a GPU. There's one other little PCI by, what are those, by 1? By 4? I can't remember what those are called. Really small. This is where he's got the Wi-Fi adapter plugged in. And yeah, looks like he did a good job building it. All the screws look like they're in the right places. Hey, there's Tim Soul with a $5 contribution. Thank you, Tim. There's the red and green stickers for on and off. It's a clever idea. We've got our PS2 ports for keyboard and mouse, HDMI out, DVI out, VGA out. Two more USB 2s, two more USB 3s. Well, actually not two more. Those are the only two because the two up front are really USB 2. Two more USBs, audio output, Ethernet, and wireless rear fan. No front fan, I don't think, which is good because it shouldn't have one. There's nothing to cool up there. And it looks like it arrived in good shape. It's a little beaten for, it's worn, I should say, for its age. He didn't mention if he's got an OS on there. We'll have to boot it up and check that a bit later. It does feel like there's a foot missing on the bottom. It's very wobbly. No, all 4 feet are there. It's just bent. It's just bent. All right, well, we're looking to find somebody to give this to. Obviously, we're looking for people who are in need. We always prioritize veterans, folks who are disabled, as well as generous contributors. They go to the top of the priority list. So if this looks like a machine you would like to have, I'll make sure it's got Windows 10 Pro on it before I send it. And that's being brought to you by the folks over at VIP CDK Deals, with all the links in the notes below this video, where you can get Windows 10 Pro under $17, and it's real, it's legit. Yeah, so, hey Patrick, thank you so much. It's a very thoughtful care package. I wasn't expecting anything that large, but thankfully I was able to get it and bring it over here. The package was huge. I had to use a minivan to get it here. There was no way it was going to fit in the Mustang. But yeah, this is what this community is all about. Patrick was a generous community member, and we sent him one of our builds. He gave that to a neighbor and sent to us the computer that he was going to originally give to the neighbor, so we can give it to somebody else, therefore paying it forward. And I just admire that greatly. I think that's very, very thoughtful. Nothing's expected other than perhaps a thank you when we send these things out, and it's really nice and very thoughtful that Patrick did that. So our thanks to Patrick. If you see him there in the chat room, give him a shout out and let him know he's a cool dude, and is a wonderful example of what we're doing here with this community and how we can help each other. Robert Malovich contributes $5. And Patrick mentions in the chat that this computer does have Windows 10 Pro on it that is activated. Thank you for that, Patrick. Did you confirm with Microsoft about those keys? Microsoft doesn't offer that as a service. So I've talked to Microsoft, and I've talked to, what's their name? It's a anti-piracy organization. And the emails I initially sent, they would not respond to. But essentially, the only thing I can get out of Microsoft was that if Microsoft servers activate your key, then you have a legal key, and it's no more complicated than that. They are gray market keys, and I did make a video about gray market keys. And if you Google the word gray market wiki, you can read all about what the gray market is. It is not illegal. It is a way people save money. In Japan, you can't have a car that's more than 3 years old. This is just to give you an example. So what do you do if you're in Japan and you have a car that's 4 years old? By law, you have to sell it. You cannot use it. So those cars get put on a boat and they get shipped to another country. And they buy all these used Japanese cars off the gray market. In other words, they weren't cars intended for the country of origin where they ended up. And it's nothing illegal about it. So with regards to Microsoft policies, I can't say because I don't work for Microsoft. I work with Microsoft. With regards to the product keys having any installation issues, I haven't run into any problems. They activate like any other product key. They're imperceptible from a $120 retail key, except they are intended to only be activated one time and to stay activated indefinitely unless you make a significant hardware change. Now, if you make a significant hardware change, you may have to buy another key. However, I saw Newegg was selling Windows 10 Home, I think it was, for $119.99. You know, you could buy 6 Windows keys of Windows 10 Pro. You should actually get 7 of them for $120. So even if you had to buy the key 7 times because you keep changing your motherboard or you keep upgrading your system or trying to move it, you're still ahead of the game until you reach your 7th purchase. But yeah, they don't promise it's going to reactivate on a reinstall, although they have for me, but that's provided I didn't change anything. They don't guarantee it. So they're going to tell you, you know, look, we sold you a key, it activated, it activates online, you don't have to call Microsoft. They don't want me to promote that you can reactivate it on the same hardware because they won't guarantee that, even though I've been doing it and I haven't had a problem. That doesn't mean that you will have the same experience, and they will not help you if that happens. But the good news is the price of these keys is cheaper than buying lunch. At least at some places I eat, it costs me $20 for lunch. These keys are they're under $16. I think they're $15.70 if you use the car-ey coupon code, using the links in the video notes below this video. And I hope you take advantage of it. Same is true with Office 2016, 2019. 2021, I have a video on how to download, install, and activate, and buy the key for Office 2019. Anybody want to see that? I've got to get that done. Photo-Ray said he's used many of the CDK keys for Windows, and he's not had any problems on any of my customers' PCs. Yeah, me neither. You know, I was very reluctant, and I had to dip a toe in the water, and then I had to wait. I waited months before I took on this deal, and I wasn't aware of any other YouTube content creator that backed the keys they were selling. They simply said, if you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. I'm not suggesting you should. And I said, well, then you shouldn't sell them. And then we got into a big argument about ethics. So ethically, the way I came to terms with this is I evaluated the keys against the keys I was buying from an official source. And believe it or not, I think the keys from the official source were fake keys. The reason I say that is if I held onto the key too long, it stopped working, and I'd always get some nonsense excuse. Now, I understand if it happens once, but it happened about a half dozen times over the course of 2 or 3 years. And I'd buy, 10, 12 keys at once, and I'd use 2 or 3 of them and let them sit a few months. or a few weeks, and then they wouldn't work anymore. And they'd say, oh, those keys were stolen. Oh, there was this, oh, there was that. Then they started putting like scratch off things over the keys, so you couldn't, because they didn't know who was stealing the keys. I stopped buying from them as soon as I found out I could buy these keys for less than half of what I was paying. And I held on to one key for 2 months before I used it and activated, no problem at all. So I was at a point where I was calling Microsoft to do every key activation. And when I called this seller to complain about it, he said, well, that's what Microsoft does now. He was lying to me. He was just making stuff up. So I'm convinced, I'm absolutely convinced. These keys cost me less than half of what I was paying. I cannot tell them apart forensically. I cannot tell these keys apart from other keys that are OEM keys. Forensically, if you gave me your computer, if you sent me your computer for repair, if you wanted to know if you have a pirated key, and I check your key, these are going to come up clean. So I don't know what else to tell you. If you need more evidence than that, my advice to you is go buy a retail key. If you buy the retail key, then you can blame the retailer for the $120 or $160 you're spending if things don't work right. And you also get support from Microsoft on a retail key that you do not get on an OEM key. That's also why it costs so much more money. And if you're of that personality, do not buy these one-time use keys. I'm warning you not to, because there's a situation where people can't seem to differentiate buying a Rolls Royce from buying a 1972 Pinto. They just think if I buy a car, it should run and have a guarantee. You have to understand that how much you spend is going to greatly affect the kind of customer service and support you get in life, at least here in America. The fact that this company that's selling the keys, which is VIP CDK Deals, they offer guarantee, the keys will activate, they guarantee it. It's a money-back guarantee. And if you have a negative experience with them, that you're buying a product and you don't get it or it doesn't work, and you reach out to them and say, hey, this isn't working, make them aware of it and give them an opportunity to fix it, they will fix it every single time. And if they don't, you reach out to me personally, because other YouTube content creators won't make this offer. That's how confident I am. I will fix it. I will either make sure you get your money back or make sure you get your key, even if it means it comes out of my own pocket to do it. And I can tell you right now that if I get 3 or 4 people emailing me with their receipts, actual purchases, and I can verify that this company is not taking care of them, I will not promote these keys ever again. I'm looking out for you guys. So if my word isn't good enough for you, if you don't trust me, do yourself a favor, don't buy it. I don't make enough money on the sale of these keys to matter if one person buys or another person buys. This is strictly a benefit to the community. Some people will look a gift horse in the mouth. If you're one of those people, don't take the horse, man. I don't know what else to tell you. There's not enough in it for me to put up with people's belligerence and paranoia. And if $17, let's $16, $15.70 is Windows 10 Pro. If it's that much money to you that you've got to spend hours of research, please do not buy the key, because I don't have time to deal with that. There's not enough profit in it for me. Now, if you want to buy 10,000 keys, reach out to me. I'll make sure I can get you a good deal, and I'll hop on a plane and I'll deliver them to you. Okay? So how much you spend depends on the kind of customer service you're going to get. That's all I'm trying to say. And for $15.70, you're getting a key that activates online without calling Microsoft, and it'll stay activated indefinitely unless you try to reformat and reinstall. It may not reactivate, or you try to move it to another computer. It probably won't reactivate. So you spend another $15.70. If you want a key that can keep moving with you, buy the retail key, $120, newegg.com. And I hope you get a real one, because I've gotten some fake ones over there. I even pointed to some Amazon links earlier, a couple of years ago, and I was accused of promoting fake Windows keys. And sure enough, the seller on Amazon was a scammer. Well, there's a lot of sellers on Amazon that are scammers. If you see a 2 terabyte flash drive for under $50, it's not a 2 terabyte flash drive. It's a scammer. And every time Amazon shuts them down, they create another account and they start again. So when I find something that is a good value and I bring it to your attention, if my word is not good enough for you, please don't buy it. Don't ask me to justify it. It's so offensive to me. If it's good enough for me in my business and that's not good enough for you, let's not do business. Because my clients rely on me for getting the job done right the first time, for meeting all of the legal requirements of their jobs. And if that's meeting my business requirements, any home users should have no problem with that. Some home users are very unreasonable, very demanding, and it's usually the ones who spend the least amount of money. And I don't need those people. Just please, don't buy anything that I promote if that's your personality, because it's not going to end well for either one of us. It's a very unpleasant discussion to get in with somebody. And as my popularity goes up, I get busier and I get tons more messages. I get more messages every day now than I've ever gotten in my life, and I'm doing my best to go through it. But I'm asking you to be considerate. Don't like it? Don't buy it. But if you do buy it and it's not what I say it is, and that company doesn't make it right, you let me know and I will make it right. And again, show me another YouTuber that's that confident in anything they promote. I've never seen it. So I don't know what else you need to know. Do they accept PayPal? Yes, it's recommended you pay with PayPal. You can pay with a credit card, but they're in Hong Kong. So if you don't normally make purchases in Hong Kong, your credit card company is going to go, this looks like fraud. What's this guy over here in the United States doing making a purchase in Hong Kong? He's never done that before. And it might flag it, and you might have to talk to them to confirm you did, in fact, make that purchase. That's normal. It's not because the company is suspicious. It's because you're making a purchase in another country, and that's unprecedented. So if you use PayPal, that's not a problem. Remember, use the links below the video notes for, it's not CDK deals anymore, it's VIP CDK deals. And then be sure you use the coupon code. And in the video notes, the price for each product with the coupon code is there. So you shouldn't need to ask me what the prices are. If you simply look at the video notes that I painstakingly put together before every show, it details out all of that information. So you should know what to expect. If it's different than that, let me know. I think I've used 4 dozen keys from them so far. No, it's got to be more than that. There's probably 4 dozen Windows keys and 2 dozen Office keys, and I've yet to have a single issue. In fact, for one of my clients, I had purchased a key off of eBay, and it wasn't supposed to go to one of my clients. I made a mistake. It was supposed to be for me for testing, and oh man, did that make my life a nightmare. Because the office stopped working after 6 months and said, you may be a victim of software counterfeiting, piracy. And my customer said, are we in trouble with the law? So I immediately went over to VIP CDK deals. I bought a new Office key for them and took that Office completely out. Downloaded a real ISO image of Office, which again, I'm going to make a video to show you how to do. It's coming from Microsoft. We install that, we apply the key, it activates online, and they're good for until the computer needs to be replaced. And if you do like an image backup with a Cronus or Macrium Reflect or any imaging program after your software is activated, then rather than doing a format and a reinstall, which by the way, we don't do that stuff anymore. That's all Windows XP, Windows 95 mentality. But if you're of that mentality and you refuse to join the rest of us here in the future, I mean in the present, because you're living in the past if you still do that, then simply make an image backup. Even Windows has its own built-in imaging. Just plug in a flash drive of large enough capacity. Windows says, what do you want to do with it? Say, I want to make a backup image. I think it's still in there. And then just image your operating system over to the drive. And then it backs up all the activations. unless you restore it to different hardware, and then the activations aren't active. They don't work anymore. Brandon Lee contributes $10. So what's the benefit to a home user to use Windows 10 Pro versus Home? Should I upgrade? No. Windows 10 Pro is for professionals in a networking environment who need to access log into a server. They need BitLocker. Maybe they need virtual machines, things like that. I think any home user upgrading to Windows 10 Pro is wasting their time and wasting their money. If you insist on doing it, Mike Smith over at Mike Tech Show has a great how-to. I think you're wasting your time. I install Windows 10 Pro for all my clients because if you look at the prices between Windows 10 Home and Windows 10 Pro, it's a couple dollars difference. So it's easier for me to install Windows 10 Pro out of the gate, even though it has features my home users don't need, they don't know. I've had a home user, a home business user, who wanted to save as much money as possible. They ordered 3 computers from me, and this is way, way back 20 years ago. Windows 98, I don't remember. Windows 95. It was Windows 95. I don't remember what it was. But we put the home version, because we're paying $100 a key. Remember, I'm doing everything legal, and these options for like gray market keys were beyond me. And I certainly wasn't going to do it without more research. Anyway, his business is growing like crazy, and he's going 3 computers, 4 computers, 5 computers, 6 computers. And he's moved into this house he's got in the backyard of his house and turns it into an office and needs the whole thing networked. And he says, what do you charge me for that? And I said, well, this is what I charge. And he said, well, I'll just do it myself. I said, well, you're going to need a crimping tool. And he's like, how much are those? I'm like, well, mine cost me $100. He's like, could I borrow it? I said, yeah, just be careful with it. It's my living, So I loaned him my crimping tool. And about 6 weeks later, maybe it was 8 weeks, I said, hey, I'm going to need my crimping tool back. And he said, I can't find your crimping tool. I don't know where I put it. I said, that's not acceptable. I said, I make my living with this. This isn't a joke. I was reluctant to loan it to you for this reason. And he said, I'll buy you another one. I go, you're going to pay $100 to buy me a new one? He goes, I'll find it. Anyway, he finds it, gets it back to me, and gives me $20. I had to go 45 minutes in the car to go pick it up. And he says, we're having some trouble with all these computers connecting up to this new software. They say that we need the Pro version of Windows, and you installed the Home version. I said, yeah, I offered you the Pro version. You didn't want to pay the extra for it. He said, so what's it going to take to upgrade these to Pro? And I said, there's no upgrade path to Pro on, I can't remember what it was, but there wasn't an upgrade path. So we got to wipe and clean and start again, and we have to buy the whole operating system again. And at that point, he had 8 or 10 computers. It was going to cost him about $1,400 just for Windows, then my time. And he's like, oh, no. So I said, hey, that's a brand new Hummer H2 sitting in the driveway. And this was like towards the end of the year, right? This guy's got 7 or 8 employees working for him. He's too cheap to pay me to do any work. And he's got a brand new Hummer H2. Brand new, the dealer sticker's still on it. I said, I guess business is doing well. He goes, well, my tax advisors told me I had to buy a car over 4,000 pounds or it was going to come out of my taxes, so it was either give it to the government or give myself a car. And I'm holding my tool in the $20. The tool that he lost was such disrespect. And I'm thinking, this guy's got plenty of money, and he's not taking me along. Like I was there in the beginning when he was tiny, and because of me, he was able to grow exponentially and fairly painlessly. And apparently he didn't see it that way. And so I stopped working for the guy. I got fed up with him. I got tired of being used, and it was my fault. I allowed myself to be used. And walked away with a lesson that I'm sharing with you right now. I shouldn't have offered to loan him that tool. I did get it back, and I still have it today, but it was a flow of anger and disrespect that I felt that I would not have done the same in his shoes. Besides which, he had way more money than me. He should have just bought his own tool and then gave it to me when he was done, just to say, here's a little something for you. I won't use it again, right? But, you know, that's how some people are. Anyway, that's how he wants to be. Brian Lee contributes $10. That was the one he asked what the benefit of Windows 10 versus Home. I don't install Windows Pro for home users if they're on Windows 10 Home already. The reason Mike Smith does it, it's because he can buy a laptop or a desktop with Windows 10 Home on it from Dell. Mike buys all his computers from Dell. And it's cheaper to get them with Windows 10 Home. Then he can go to VIP CDK deals, which Mike does for his clients. Mike has checked these keys out as well. And you know Mike. He's a stickler when it comes to the rules. As am I when it comes to software licensing. Anyway, Mike finds it's cheaper to spend that $15.70 to buy the Windows 10 Pro key and then upgrade the Home to Pro. And I'm like, well, I would just format it and reinstall it. He's like, no, you just do this, you do that. He details this whole detailed thing. And I'm like, you do that to save a few bucks, but you invest all that time? He's like, yeah, I do it for the money. I'm like, okay, but you know, all the time you're spending on it, I have my kid do it, whatever. So Mike has detailed that out. And that's why Mike will buy the computers with Windows 10 Home. But if you have Windows 10 Home, you have absolutely zero benefit to upgrade to Windows 10 Pro, unless you're like some Uber nerd, in which case you already know what Windows 10 offers that you want, and therefore it makes me answering this question a moot point and only a point for somebody to argue with me who knows better. And you know, I don't like being tested and I don't like being challenged, and those people are going to find themselves banned. So for the innocent folks out there who genuinely have a sincere question about should I upgrade from Home to Pro, no, it's a waste of time and money, and it's not easy. But if you want to check it out anyway, you do so on your own. I will not help you with it. And you can go over to Mike Tech Show and look for his detailed how-to on that. There's about 3 different ways, because if the first way doesn't work, you got to go to the second way, and if the second way doesn't work, it's not just one way. It might work one way on one computer and another way on a different way on a different computer. It's not worth it. Your computer won't run any better. So anyway, thank you for the contribution, and it's a good question. Planet Cryos contributes $50. Hey, good, thank you, Planet Cryos. He says, I've got a question for you. I bought 2 new monitors. They're Gigabyte G27Qs. And I have the PC put the monitors to sleep after 15 minutes. And when I wake them, they reconnect as if I just reconnected the DisplayPort. You hear the device connection noise. Thoughts? I think that's normal with HDMI and DisplayPort. I think that's completely normal. If anybody in the chat has anything else on that, please share it. Rick Lace contributes $10. Hey, Rick, thank you. He says, hope you had a great day. It's 11 below here, heading down to 18 below zero Fahrenheit. Whew. That sounds cold. Wish I was there. I almost had to turn the air conditioning on today. I was in the car, and I had to have the windows down. It was so hot. And the AC in the car, in the van, isn't working. And I'm too lazy to get it fixed. Kyle wants to know if he should upgrade to Windows 11 Home. That's a decision for you, Kyle. I would be curious if my question for you, Kyle, is what will Windows 11 Home do for you that you're not able to do now with Windows 10 Home? And if your question is, I don't know, then I think you've answered your own question. If you don't know the difference, then why would you do it? I can't think of any reason why you would do that, other than it's new and you're bored. And you're one of those people that likes to stay on top of new things earlier than most, and you want to deal with the frustrations of locating where Microsoft has moved things and how they've rephrased things and how the start menu is different and all these changes. And if you don't mind that and you like that, have at it. I don't think there's anything necessarily to stay away from in Windows 10 Home. But at the same time, I don't think there's any reason, because Windows 10 does everything Windows 11 does, as far as I can tell, at least at this point in its development. So it just seems like a waste of money and a waste of time with no return on investment other than satisfying your curiosity and squandering your time if you have nothing else better to do and you're curious. It's your call, man. I just don't understand why anybody would. I don't live a life where I have a lot of time spare. Like I've got people pulling at me in every direction constantly. My phone's ringing off the hook, emails and Facebook messages, Twitter messages. It never ends. It never ends. If I go to bed and I wake up, there are messages that came in overnight and I don't get a day off. Well, it's not true. Even when I get a day off, the business is still running, whether I like it or not. I can't stop it. So I have a really hard time wrapping my head around somebody who just has nothing else better to do. I'd say buy a book, read a book. But at the end of the day, it's not going to hurt you. You know, Windows 11, there's nothing bad about it. I don't see any point. Hey, there's John Jack Wilson contributes $25. He says, hey, Uncle Kerry and chat, here's for whatever you need. Hey, thank you so much, Jack. Appreciate your continued support. Mortot says, Kerry, I received my 2 terabyte NVMe yesterday from Samsung. I got a military discount. That's awesome. I have your computer done, Mortot. It's just waiting on cable management as I'm waiting to talk to Photo Ray. I keep meaning to call him and, you know, I think about it and it's, you know, it's already 7 o'clock at night here and I need to schedule a time to get him over here and I'm stacking up computers to keep him busy when he's here. Kerry, what is the all-time greatest operating system for you? Whatever's current and supported from Microsoft. There's no such thing as a all-time best, in my opinion. I run a business, and the business is there to help as many people as possible. If the masses are using, in more than any other operating system, Windows XP, then that was the best operating system of that time. And then when they're using Windows 7, then that was the best operating system, right? Even so, operating systems like Vista and Windows 8, they just never got to have the majority installation. I never got a whole lot of service calls on those. So therefore, they never made it to that status of majority of users. So right now, the majority of users of computers around the world are using Windows 10. And then when it becomes Windows 11, it's always changing and always evolving. And holding on to old ideas is just it's a good way to lose yourself, to lose your career from yourself. If you refuse to adopt and be flexible and embrace what the masses have embraced, and you want to go on your own path and use some flavor of Linux that only a handful of people use, that's well for your personal choice, but not good as a business choice. You will limit the amount of business you can have, creating an artificial ceiling that you have put in and limited yourself with. Thank you for the contributions from everybody. Let's see, there's Craig Casabona contributes $5. He says, thank you very much for letting me know about ASRock boards and checking out the ASRock B560. The BIOS is really fast and nice to see you live again. Thanks. Right on, Craig. Thank you. Do I buy license activations from Kingwin? Why would I? The folks at CDK, at VIP CDK deals, have wonderful customer service, money back guarantee, and a consistency of reliability of the product. Kingwin, on the other hand, appears to have a number of marketplace sellers, and what you buy one time may be different the next time, and I don't believe they compare. So no, I don't buy Windows license keys from any other gray market source. The only gray market source that I found that had good customer service and a money back guarantee was VIP CDK deals. And that's why I recommend them. I'm not an easy guy to please. They got to check all my boxes. Kingwin doesn't check half my boxes. So you buy what you want to buy. Don't worry about it. If you want to buy from them, I don't care. And if you don't want to buy from them, I don't care. All I'm trying to do is help you guys out, man. It's like I throw you a rope and you want to know where was this rope sourced? You know, you're drowning, grab the rope. Well, I'm not quite sure if I want to take the rope if it doesn't meet my, you know what, you can drown. Bye. I got other people to save. That's my attitude about it. So if you don't like it, don't use it. I don't care. You're not doing me a favor. I'm trying to help you out, man. If you don't want the help, turn it away. Don't get in the way of other people who do want the help, please. Don't block the line. Aaron says, I guess I missed the care package. Just rewind the video. Right now, you can rewind this video back to the beginning. You don't have to say that. All you got to do is drag your mouse across the bottom of the video. Photo Ray says, I can come up for one build. It'll just cost you more wings than you give Mitch. Hey, those wings are getting expensive. No, there's more than one build here. There's at least four or five. James said he had both Windows 10 Home and Pro and didn't see any difference. You wouldn't, James, unless you use those specific features like BitLocker or logging into a server, virtual machines, things like that. Which, of course, there's other ways to do through third-party software on Windows Home anyway, but whatever. It's you can use BitLocker on Windows 10 Home. It doesn't seem to be a way to back up your key, though. Darnell wants to know, when a PC has 3 long beeps, what does it mean? It means it's broken. The beeps are completely pointless, in my opinion. I find that about 60% of the times the beeps are not accurate. So you go through the diagnostic procedure that I have here on the channel, which is called How to Fix Any Computer Problem, and I go through the step-by-step diagnostic in a very short video that you will try your memory, you will try your power supply, you will unplug everything from the motherboard except the power switch, until you identify which part is bad. If you listen to the beep codes and you believe it, I think you're very gullible. Sometimes the beep codes are accurate, but in my experience, when you end up chasing a problem that doesn't exist because the beep codes are wrong, look, the motherboard's not working. So why in the world would you think the motherboard knows why it's not working if it's not working? It doesn't make any sense. It's not working. So how accurate is its own diagnostic going to be? You could get lucky, and you can Google what the 3 beeps mean for the make and model of your board. If you wish to go down that rabbit hole, you can do it without me. You should do a proper diagnostic technique, in my opinion, but I've only known that for 30 years of experience in the industry, so it's not like I didn't start out as naively as you are right now in believing those error codes, those error beeps were useful. It's only through beating my head against a wall, trying to fix a problem that didn't exist according to the error beep codes, that I've come up with this very, very strong and it's an attitude warning you. And if you get lucky once, that's just not normal. It's possible those error beep codes lead you in the right way. But in my experience, when they don't, it'll take you 3 times longer to fix the problem. So if you just diagnose it properly, don't trust anything to tell you what's wrong with the computer but your own brain, and that's what I'm here to teach you how to do. To be self-reliant and to not be a robot and just ritualize repairs. Push this button, turn around 3 times counterclockwise and wave some chicken bones over your head. Because I see a lot of ritualized repair advice and it makes me sick, it makes me nauseous. You should understand why things work the way they do so that when they're not working, you can very logically take each item that makes up the system. You got a motherboard, you got a processor, you've got RAM, you've got a hard drive, you might have an optical drive, did I say power supply? And each one of those components all has to work. And through a process of elimination, and there's only like 7 components, through a process of elimination, you figure out what does work, and all that leaves is what doesn't work. It's not rocket science. It doesn't take a Harvard degree. But listening to beep codes and thinking that those beep codes are going to tell you what the problem is very naive, in my opinion. And I've learned that the very hard way. Make sure I got everybody's contribution. Did I miss anybody? I think I got them all. Thanks you guys so much for supporting the channel and for being a part of this amazing community we've got here online. And again, if you're a veteran or you're disabled and you're in the need for a used computer, we're going to give this away to a community member. You just need to send an email to me or leave a comment in the videos in the comment section below this video to nominate yourself. And do know that there are people suffering some severe hardships right now, and we want to prioritize those people. So if this would be a novelty for you to have, I'm not going to give it to you. I need this to go to somebody who desperately needs it, whether it's for work or for kids to, virtually study from home, whatever that. I just want to make sure that we help the people most in need first. Now, if there's nobody in need, if everybody's got a good computer and somebody just wants this to play around on, in that case, then that would be considered. But I got a feeling it's going to be a long time before we reach that point. Our community is over, we're almost at 360,000 subscribers here. And this channel's birthday was just the other day. I started the channel, I think, January 23rd, 2008. So we're on year 14 here, overnight success. But the whole point of this isn't about greed. It's not about gimme this, gimme, gimme, gimme. This is about helping each other. And so for those who need the help most, we want to make sure they're prioritized. That's all it is. So not for anybody you know. This is for the community. We need to help our own. And until everybody in the community is like, nope, I'm good, then we'll go outside of the community. But for now, we help our own until nobody needs any help. At that point, if you have a friend or somebody outside of the community you want to nominate, if we ever reach that point, then we'll accept that. But for now, this is for community members only. Hey, there's Marty, contributes $10. He says, I need one, LMAO. Marty got a free computer. Marty's been a great supporter here of the channel and has bought numerous computers from me. Marty needs another computer like I need a hole in the head, another one. I think that's what my mom used to say. You need that like another hole in your head. Thank you, Marty. Brandon says, I'm getting fake McAfee notifications through Microsoft Edge. I can't get rid of them. What should I do? Well, you can go into your settings and reset Microsoft Edge. You could go to Malwarebytes, download the free version of Malwarebytes and let it scan your computer and remove anything it finds. You don't have to inspect it, just remove it all. Between those two things, that should fix it. Paul says, have you checked that this computer boots? I have not, but I'm not worried about it. I am sure, Patrick has sent me some items in the past. I never had a problem, and the computer looks fine, so I'm sure it boots fine. James Prezi says hello. Hey, James. We also have 2 more of those HP desktop machines I was given to veterans. So if we get a number of requests, we can give those 2 away as well. Those are the last that I have of the veteran giveaways. So this one and then the 2, what are they? HP Pro something. They're all about 5 or 6 years old. They're good as far as Windows 10 goes. You're never going to be able to put Windows 11 on these. So they're good until October of 2025, at which point I can't recommend that you use them online. They'll still work online, but you won't get any more updates. And that's going to put you in a position of vulnerability week to week to week that gets worse and worse and worse the longer you insist using it. So if you don't mind somebody stealing your identity, then have at it, but I can't advise it. So they're good until October 2025. Do I trust Windows Defender for an antivirus? Not by itself. I use Malwarebytes, a paid version of Malwarebytes that I renew annually, combined with Windows Defender. And those two working together have kept all my clients free of any viruses now for over 2 years. It's a very good combination. It's affordable. It doesn't, Malwarebytes doesn't weigh down the system, although they've had a number of updates, right? And my clients don't know what's real and what's fake, so they'll leave it for me to, I'll log in like once a week to do maintenance remotely, and I'll see the pop-up in the bottom right corner that Malwarebytes has a new version of the software. So the Malwarebytes virus definitions, they come in automatically throughout the day, but sometimes Malwarebytes has to update the program itself, which requires a whole installation to defeat whatever the latest threats are. And because my customers are leery of not knowing what's real from fake, I will see that sitting there. God knows how long it's been waiting. And then I'll go ahead and install it for them. And that's okay, that's fine. I mean, the Malwarebytes is still running. They're just not running the latest protection by ignoring that. And if they're not sure and if they've got anxiety about it, that's what they pay me for anyway. All right, if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them now. Let me go ahead and move this off of the desk. Oh, my shoe has become untied. That's, you know, these shoes I got are great, but the laces, I don't know what they made these laces from, but they are, they don't like to stay tied for some reason. All right, let's get this moved off of the bench. Let's set that over here. Here we go. So thank you again to Patrick Rousseau for all a lovely little gift basket there. I guess I should keep these little thumb screws with that computer. All right. I have a number of products I need to review, as well as the Office video to make. And I don't want to blend everything into one video, but I have about 20 systems waiting to be built in. The folks over at Silverstone sent me a case and a liquid cooler and NVMe SATA M2 USB adapter, which I want to show off and review, but not during this video. XRod666 with a $5 contribution, and K-Cordius Technology contributes $5. K-Cordius says it's amazing what you do. I hope people are honest and let others who need them get a system. Well, people only are going to win once, period. So what happens is we want to make sure everybody in the community who needs one gets an opportunity. So if somebody wins a system 3 years ago, right, that's it. That's all they're ever going to win from me. I keep a database of who's won. So the systems that we were giving away 3 years ago aren't as good as the systems we give away today. I mean, common sense, right? So the longer you wait before you win, the better the system's going to be, you know, compared to what we were giving away in the past. So that's the good side. The downside is that once you do win, that's it. There's just too many people in the community to allow one person to win multiple times while others don't get anything at all. That's not fair. It alienates people. So I want to make sure that when somebody does win, that hopefully they appreciate that and they don't expect it to happen again. When we do have generous contributors, as long as they continue to be, you know, very giving, I'll do what I can to give them a decent computer if they want it, and even if they want to give it away, just to give them a return on their investment for supporting the channel. Most viewers do not support this channel. So, I mean, you can tell just by looking at the contributions we have today. We have a total of of 358 viewers currently in 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 contributors out of 361 viewers now, which is fine. That's fine. I'm not complaining. The videos are free, and if people want to contribute, it's not expected, but it's always appreciated, and it helps to make it possible for me to make more videos. Right now, I work as a computer technician, and I'm doing the YouTube stuff. So sometimes the computer technical work that I do in real life helps finance this channel when financially it's not doing so well. And thankfully, we have a few members in our community that have been very generous and have made it possible for me to make a lot more content than I ever could have without them, and you'll never know. So I just want you to know that all this material and all these things I have, the tools and equipment, there's probably, here in Studio B, I'm gonna guess $30,000 worth of hardware. So, you know, when I say I've got 23 systems to build, those aren't all giveaways, but they average about $1,000 a piece, and I sell them with no profit. They're sold at cost. So, you know, that's $23,000 for 23 computers if we average $1,000 each, just in the cost of parts. Actually, the cost of parts is probably around $900. It's probably about $820. There's about $80 in sales tax here in Phoenix, and then it's usually about $100, $125 to ship them. So we get right to about $1,000 each on many of those computers. And right now, I've got more here. I can barely walk through the place. So it makes me nervous to have this much inventory, you know, that I'm financially responsible for. And the money that gets brought in for the sale of those systems breaks me even, but it enables me to make more video content. The videos don't pay very well. If I take a look at, let's take a look at last Friday's build that Mitch and I did, and let's see how much money that video made. Forget the viewer contributions, just what YouTube will give me. I think, let's see, from Friday's video was a build. Did we do a build? Oh, we did the NVMe thing, right? So those NVMe drives cost $600, and then the motherboard was $200, and the processor was like $400, and then the cooler and the RAM. That everything I needed to do the job was somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,200, I think, just to make that video. And that video revenue so far, in case you're curious, is $243.37. So I will need that video. It's only 5,000 views. That's actually really good money for 5,000 views. I need that, just to break even on that, I need that to be 4 times more than it is. So I need 20,000 more views just to break even. And that likely won't happen until maybe this time next year. So eventually the videos do pay for themselves, but you've got to basically build up a large YouTube library where every video is generating a few pennies every month, but you've got like 2,000 videos. So if you got 2,000 videos that you've created over time, and those videos are getting, you know, a watch here, a watch there, and every video is generating about a quarter to a half a penny per view, it starts to add up the bigger your YouTube library gets, and that's how you can make a living doing it. The other way you can make a living doing it is to sell sponsorships. I've been very, very careful of the sponsorships that I'm associating myself with as a professional in the industry. I have an integrity and a reputation that's reflected upon me in the industry I'm in as a computer repair technician, not in the YouTube industry. The YouTube industry, there's no morals or ethics in that. But at least not for most of the content creators I see. They're just grabbing money, and I can't say I blame them. There could be a long-term consequence for me if I sell out, if I have to leave YouTube and fall back on my IT career. That could play in a negative consequence for me that I'll pay for potentially. And I don't want to risk it. It's a gamble that I don't want to take. In the meantime, though, I do enjoy making the videos, and provided that I can pay the bills and the cost of what it takes to make the videos and buy the hardware, or work with companies that send me product like the folks over at Silverstone did, well, I'll keep making the content. And for the community members who continue to contribute and make it possible, they just mean that I can make more videos, or the value of the content of what's in the video is higher up. If I'm going to review a $2,000 Dell laptop, I can either accept a deal from Dell where they're going to send me the laptop they want to send me, not the laptop I want. They want me to do it by a certain day and send it to them so they can approve it or ask for changes before I publish it. You know, I'd rather just buy the laptop and then review it honestly on my terms. And doing so, I have to come up with the funds. Then when it's all said and done, what do I do with that laptop? So this is a problem I run into, and why sometimes we have some giveaways here is I end up getting up to my eyeballs in computers and I need to get them out. And I don't want to sell them necessarily to strangers on Craigslist or whatever, or Facebook Marketplace, because I don't want to support them. You know, I'm selling them at cost. And if I'm selling it to somebody who's a scam artist, you know, they're going to change parts out and tell me I sold them a bad CPU. Or if I'm dealing with somebody who doesn't know anything about computers and they're going to keep calling me, asking me for technical support when what they really need is tutoring, I don't want myself in that position. But looking to maybe find somebody locally here in Phoenix that can work for me selling the computers I've got on a commission, so that the buyers have no connection to me. They just buy it from this person online, however they want to sell it. And I'll let that person deal with the time wasters and the tire kickers and the people looking for tech support, and they can just go, hey, I'm not a tech, I just, you know, have a couple computers I'm selling, you know. So I am going to look for that because I can't give away $23,000 worth of computers. But I will say that the computers are better built and will last longer than any pre-built you could buy at the retail store for that price. And you know, you can work on them yourself, you can upgrade them. They're fully modular, industry standard components, and you get way more for your money than you'll get from a pre-built. Unless you want a gaming computer. If you want a gaming computer, the price of graphics cards is outrageous unless you buy a gaming computer that already has a graphics card in it. Did I say a gaming card? A graphics card. So the graphics cards that are being purchased in bulk by the big manufacturers like ABS and iBuyPower, these may not be the best computers you can buy. But as far as gaming goes, if you're looking on a budget to build a gaming computer, it's not a good time to build one. Just go get one of those iBuyPowers or those ABS systems that are already pre-built, because trying to find a graphics card at a reasonable price right now it's possible, but it's improbable unless it's included with a pre-built system. Those big manufacturers like ABS and iBuyPower and others like them, they're still charging more for their cards, right? It's built in. But I mean, I saw a system on Amazon from iBuyPower, was a Ryzen 5 with an AMD, was it a 1600? Not the best graphics card. Radeon 1600X, something like that. It was like $1169. It's under $1,200. It's already built and it's good to go. So if you're a gamer and you want a game and that's what you want, it's not a good time to build a system unless you've got a lot of money to pay for the GPU. A couple of more contributions have come in, and let's see what we got here. $10 from Barry Klein. He says, I grew up in a family business and I've had my own consulting business since 1983. And even though I think I've heard it all, you come along and give me new business stories. Thanks for the entertainment. Thanks, Barry. Aaron Computer Tech with $4.99 says, I used your should I upgrade to Windows 11 advice with some of my clients. Thanks. Right on. Glad I could help. Fritzer with $10 says, once again, another great informational video. Thanks, Fritzer. Thanks, Aaron and Barry, for all your contributions and support, your kindness. Mortant says he sent me an Amazon gift card. Oh, yeah? Well, let's take a look at the old smartphone. see what I've missed. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, $50 Amazon gift card for Martin. Thank you. And Newegg and Amazon are telling me my products are shipping. I've got some cool stuff I've ordered that I want to review, including a series of 2 terabyte USB solid state memory and flash drives that I want to pit up against each other. I wanted to put it on Amazon, but Amazon won't let me talk about prices. You know how hard it is to do a review when I'm not allowed to talk about the price? When I'm comparing these units, one of the factors is how portable is it? How hot does it get? What's its sustainable read speed? Sure, it starts out fast, but will it sustain that through the full 2 terabytes? Usually they don't. And then how much does it cost? In other words, maybe it's worth going slower because you're paying less. Or maybe you understand because you're paying less, it is going to go slower. And Amazon says, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, why? And they said, because prices are temporary. What costs less today may not cost less tomorrow. And I'm just like, or furthermore, you know, what's like the Samsung T7 is one of the best, fastest 2 terabyte solid state USB drives you can get, in my opinion. And it's expensive. It'll never be cheap, never. And if you're going to compare a $260 2 terabyte USB solid state drive to one that's, you know, $149, this one's not too bad from Orico, but it's also $100 less. And the amount of time it'll take you, if you try and fill, I think this one's a 1 terabyte. It should take about an hour of time to fill a 1 terabyte solid state drive through USB 3. Standard USB 3, 1 hour. I think this one took 6 hours. Now, if you're not copying a terabyte file, if all you're doing is copying little files, this thing's pretty fast. Only the Samsung T7, which I have in 2 terabytes, did it in 2 hours. I think it was 2 hours and 7 minutes. What these do is they start out really fast, and then they start to get slower and slower and slower. So then I bought a 2 terabyte USB portable hard drive. And that writes data much, much slower than these, but it writes that data sustainably, the same speed from byte 0 to the full 2,000 gigabytes, 2 terabytes. So what ends up happening is it's a rabbit in the, tortoise in the hare story. This thing juts ahead really far ahead in the beginning of the test, and the hard drive, the lowly mechanical USB hard drive, is down here. This is doing 300 megabytes a second. Mechanical hard drive is doing like 80 to 90. And then as this starts to fill up, when you get about 300 gigs of the 2,000, actually this one's only 1,000. So you get this a third full, it starts going like this. And then it starts dropping rapidly. So the hard drive's never moving. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. It just sustainably writes that same speed from byte 0 to byte 1,000, right? This, on the other hand, the first 300 gigs, pretty fast. And then after that, it starts getting really hot, and it starts slowing. And the longer you go, it keeps getting slower and slower and slower to the point where the hard drive has finished its process hours before this is done. Now, the Samsung T7 does a job much, much faster, start to finish. Samsung T7 is $260. This is $150, and say a 2 terabyte mechanical drive is $60. So which one's better? Without being able to discuss pricing, it makes it a very difficult challenge for me to make a video worth anything at Amazon. They want me to show the product, mention what I like and what I don't like, but I can't really talk about value because that's subject to change and the videos will be up indefinitely. The videos don't ever go away, and that's Amazon's concern. So I've published a couple of videos this week, and Amazon rejected everything I submitted because it said it violated their rules. And in particular, the thing they highlighted was I mentioned price. And I don't think I mentioned price. And I don't think you're allowed to say you can't mention price. If you say it in your video, Amazon won't let me mention price, they won't approve the video. So I'm really trying hard to figure out how I'm going to do this. But I guess I'm going to have to just live with the fact that the best I can do is show the product, compare it to another product, and let the viewer come to their own conclusion without saying anything about price, because the prices do change. They practically change every day. Usually not that much. But you know, you can get an old USB 2 flash drive pretty cheap these days, but it's slow. It's going to write 30 megabytes a second. 30 megabytes a second. You know how long that's going to take to write any big files? You better get a Snickers bar, because you're going to be there a while. So for me, I like these big drives so I can do like image backups, and those can be very, very large files, and I don't want to sit there all day waiting for it. But for you, you know, you may want it for other reasons. So anyway, that's a project I've been working on late at night over here. It takes, usually I have to let these testing processes run overnight, because they take, you know, anywhere from the 2 hours and 10 minutes on the Samsung T7 to upwards of 12 hours on some of the worst offenders. And the worst offenders, not coincidentally, were also the least expensive. But they all claimed super fast speeds and USB 3, 3.2, whatever. And they were kind of right, as long as you're writing tiny files. Computer Lens says, my daughter's computer's not working, won't even start up. What would be the problem? Usually if a computer doesn't start, it's typically a bad power supply or a bad power switch. But you haven't told us anything about your daughter's computer. How old is it? When did the problem start? Is it something you built yourself? Is it a desktop? Is it a laptop? You know, it's very, very difficult. Somebody says, my car won't start. What do you think could be wrong? What kind of car is it? What year is it? How many miles are on it? How long have you had it? When did the problem start? What does it do when you try to start? I mean, it's so frustrating sometimes. It's like going to the doctor and say, it hurts. What hurts? When did it start hurting? Was it hurting before that? Did you do anything that you think that could cause it? So please, if you want to ask those kind of questions, please provide us, you know, little information about what it is we're diagnosing. We can probably help you better, that's all I'm saying. If you're vague with your question, you're going to get a vague answer. So, Kyle says, when you build a computer, you only install Windows 10 Pro. Yes. And again, I'll say it the second time in this video, I guess, because, you know, I guess if you didn't hear it the first time, for some reason, I think you'll hear it the second time because I'm an idiot. When you buy Windows 10, it's only a couple dollars difference between Home and Pro. So I'd rather just buy Pro and not worry about it. But if you already have Home, it doesn't make any sense for you to upgrade to Pro. So I just universally install Pro for all my clients regardless. It's just easier inventory, and the Home users, it's not an issue for them to have Pro. So that's just what I said an hour ago. But I said it again now. You're welcome. Anybody else want to ask me the same questions? Hey, there's Michael Dane. Hey, Michael. Thank you for saying hello and being a part of the community. Computer Lens says the power supply works. What do you mean the power supply works? That's the other thing I don't understand. How do you know the power supply? What have you done to verify the power supply works. Like I've had customers say to me, well, the fan turns on. Well, that doesn't mean your power supply works. It doesn't? No. If you get in the car and it won't start, and I say, what's the problem? You go, well, the engine sounds weak. Okay, well, you got a bad battery. No, the radio and the dome light come on. I can turn on the headlights. The battery works. No, it's a bad battery. So I don't know, when you say the power supply works, did you put a different power supply in that computer? Did you take that power supply out and attach it to another motherboard? How did you come to the conclusion that the power supply works? Computer Lens says, I am suspecting the power switch or the motherboard. Well, the power switch is easy enough. You can take your reset switch and move it over to the power switch on the header of the board and use your reset switch to power the board on. It's pretty uncommon, but possible for the switch to have gone bad. I recommend people don't turn their computers off, and this is one of the main reasons that Computer Lens is demonstrating. Most people have a problem turning the computer on. I'd say 70% of the support calls I get regarding, not a tutoring issue, but it involves the startup of the computer. And my question is always, why did you shut it off? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? If it's a laptop, that's fine. I mean, you don't shut these things off, do you? So anyway, somebody said, my computer takes a long time to boot up. What do I do about it? Leave it on. It's really easy. Leave it on. Turn the monitor off, if you want to save on power, or set the monitor to automatically shut down after a certain amount of time. But leave it on. You won't have these problems if you leave it on, or you'll be less likely. My customers that I service, the customers that pay me, they leave their systems on 24/7, and they've done so. One client I've had since 2005, those computers have not been off, except if they're moving or doing construction or there's a power outage. Those computers have been on since 2005. Even when I've taken them, upgraded them, obviously they're off, and then as soon as I deliver them, they're powered right back up, and they stay running 24/7. We very rarely have problems. I haven't had a bad fan to replace. It's been at least 2 years. I haven't had any viruses. That's got nothing to do with leaving it on, but I've been very, very fortunate that all of my clientele that I have on retainer, regular customers, as long as they leave them on, I rarely hear from them. To my knowledge, a clone is not possible because of AHCI drivers. Acronis clones anything. You can clone on a USB flash drive, you can clone solid state drive, 2.5-inch mechanical drive, 2.5-inch solid state drive, 3.5-inch. You can clone NVMe to SATA, SATA to NVMe, NVMe to NVMe, NVMe to mechanical. I've demonstrated it here on this channel. Just type in the word Kerry Holzman space clone. There must be 24 videos showing all different variations of cloning. I've never seen a system I couldn't clone. Never. But people like to ritualize, remember that. They don't understand why, so they come up with their imagination and say it can't be done. And it's frustrating to me, because they should ask questions for things they don't know, rather than using their imagination to fill in gaps based on a lack of experience. It frustrates me, because I'm the guy then who has to go in and correct everything. And it's easier to teach somebody once than to get them to unlearn something, or to get them convinced that what you're telling them is true and what they were told wasn't true. That is a battle. And as I've gotten older, I don't have the patience for it. If I give somebody information they don't believe me, I say, have a nice day. I hope you find somebody you believe. The world is getting preposterous with delusion and gaslighting, and I don't have time for it. Somebody wants to twist reality and make it what they want it to be instead of what it actually is. That is their right to do it, and they're wasting my time, and I walk away. I used to battle them. I used to twist their arm and use logic and ask them questions which led them to the own conclusion, which is what I was telling them. But I had to do it like a lawyer in a courtroom. I said, well, if you do this, would you do it this way? No, I do it that way. Uh-huh. And if you did it that way, what do you think would happen if you did it over here? Well, I would think it would work. There you go. Have a nice day. That's a summary. It would take sometimes 2-3 hours to get to that point. It was when I learned to start asking people questions so I could lead them to their own answer. It was the only way I could get them out of this poisoned mindset. And I don't have the patience for it anymore. If they want to go through the world ignorant and just making up things for what they don't know, instead of asking questions, that's their choice if they want to go through their life that way. But when they go proliferating that false information across the web or to their friends and family, it makes my job so much harder. I despise it. Because there's nothing in it for them to do it. They're not profiting from that. Their intent is good, but it's actually causing harm. So I do hope that you ask questions, or you have a keyboard in the world of knowledge, and I don't know why more people don't use this. Man, if I had this in the 1980s to the internet, oh my gosh. I could have saved a lot of money doing a lot of things myself. Instead, we had to listen to people teach us how to do things the wrong way, and we ended up spending a lot more time and a lot more money fixing it than doing it right the first time. I don't want to ever go back to those 1980s like that. It was a horrible, it was a sense of helplessness. And now you have the freedom of information available at your fingertips. You want to publish a book? Nothing stops you from self-publishing and selling it on Amazon. You want to record music and sell it? Nothing stops you from doing that. You want to make a movie? Grab a camera, grab your phone, make your movie, publish it to YouTube. You couldn't do that in the 1980s. You had to get the approval of a publisher, whether it was music, a movie, a TV show. If you wanted to write anything, you had to get the approval of a publisher. It was very, very difficult. Nowadays, it's all right here and nobody could be bothered. Well, it feels like nobody can be bothered. They just want somebody else to do it. And for the people who actually do it, it's very satisfying. Human beings, we get a chemical release when we get fulfillment. We get like a dopamine release. And so people who are depressed, a lot of times it's because they're not doing anything. A lot of times it's sort of a downward spiral, in my opinion, of self-loathing that leads to more self-loathing. And when you fight that, when you battle it and you just get up, like, geez, I had a job I hated. I hated that job. I didn't want to go to work, but I still, no matter how depressing it was, when that alarm clock went off at 6:30 in the morning, dragged my sorry butt into the shower, got dressed, got in the car, drove to work, did a miserable 9-hour day. It was an 8-hour day with an hour for lunch, and hated every minute of it. Felt like it was 12 hours. It felt like forever. But I battled it. I didn't go with my feeling, which was stay in bed. I got up and I fought it. And ultimately, I found a better job. I mean, if that's not motivation to find a better job, I don't know what is. And I also find that when you help other people, that gets your mind about this depression. It gets your mind off of it, especially when the other person you're helping appreciates it. It's a wonderful feeling inside. I don't know how anybody can be depressed while helping somebody who's got gratitude for your help. It's an amazing cure. Not that everybody with depression has it for the same reason, but certainly this does affect some people, and it wouldn't hurt you to try it. There's no negative side effects to it. And you don't have pharmaceuticals or a doctor to go to. This is just being a human being. And I think we've forgotten how to do that. The technology has numbed us, unfortunately, some of us. But it is what it is. I can give you my advice and you can take it or leave it. But we're responsible for ourselves, whether we want to be or not. At the end of the day, you're responsible for yourself. And if we can help others, which is what we like to do here, it's very addictive. It's like a drug. It feels really good. You should try it sometime, if you haven't already. And it doesn't take money to help other people. It could be helping somebody move something, or helping somebody fix something, helping somebody just be an ear for them to vent to. Doesn't take any effort at all. Just keep your mouth shut and listen and nod your head and vindicate them. That could be the best help that person's ever gotten. And in the end, when they feel better because they had somebody to talk to who was compassionate, they give you a big hug, and there's a sense of well-being that you both will feel. It's incredible. Let me grab another Gatorade. This one's getting a little bit low. We're going to wrap things up here. If you have any final questions for me, I'll be happy to provide you with any answers to your technical questions while we have time. We're on about, where are we at here? Where are we at? An hour and a half? Oh, that's not too bad. Billy Zoo contributes $5 He says, hey, Carey, greetings from Australia. Hey, Billy, thanks for the contribution. Don Allen with $5 says, looks like you need a Gatorade. I do. Thank you, Don. How did you know? What do I think about making a NAS from an unused PC? I think it's great if you have no money and all the time in the world, and it doesn't matter how reliable the system is or how much power it sucks or how much maintenance it's going to need. It's a great way to learn about NAS and what not to do. If you want to be a professional computer technician where you're held accountable, responsible, and liable for the data loss that occurs, get yourself a Synology NAS, plug that bad boy in. There's no keyboard, there's no monitor, there's no mouse, there's no Windows updates, there's no antivirus to worry about. You get the job done. It consumes very little power. It's self-maintaining for the most part. It'll send you alerts. And if you want to make money in a professional atmosphere, you buy a professional NAS. If you're a home hobbyist with nothing better to do and you just want the experience, then you'll learn why that doesn't work in a business every time you have to maintain it. And then when you get your electric bill for how much power it consumes compared to it, well, you may not know any better until you get a NAS. The NASs are far lower power than a desktop. So yes, if you're broke and you've got nothing else to do with your time, it's a great way to learn, because you're going to learn what a pain in the ass it is. And that if you were charging a customer by the hour, if I were the customer, I'd fire you, because what I'm paying you in labor to set it up, and it's, lack of reliability, comparatively speaking, to a NAS and the smaller footprint of a Synology NAS, which takes up less desk space, no keyboard, no mouse, no monitor, I could get it done at a fraction of the cost. And I'm not going to have you give me some old computer that you just have old drives in to put my business data on. This isn't a game. This isn't for fun. Businesses exist to make money. And that's not saving money. Not when you're paying for it in time. So in any event, I wouldn't recommend it as a professional, but as a hobbyist, it's something to do. I do have a video about this, by the way. If you just type in Carey Holzman space NAS in YouTube search, this is a question I've answered at least a half dozen times in other live videos, to the point that I made a dedicated video about it. I find it annoying, only because I realize what I represent on YouTube isn't very well represented, which is a working computer technician, not a hobbyist. Most of especially the popular YouTube tech channels, are hobbyists. They don't actually fix computers for money, or they haven't done so in many, many years, even if they once did, which most of them never, ever have done. And if you're out of this business for as little as 1 year, you're not a tech anymore. I can tell you, because I've worked with them. And I have stepped out of the business briefly, and for the few months I was out of it, it was very difficult to get caught up. I can't imagine what would happen after a year. It's great as long as you're working on old stuff, but if you want to work on the new stuff, you're falling behind. And if you're a hobbyist and you're an enthusiast, your time is worthless. That's just the way you're spending your time. There's nothing wrong with that, but YouTube is filled with that. Where are the professionals in the industry? Where is that represented on YouTube? they're very few and far between, very hard to find. And when I find them, I'm delighted. It tickles me. And I will tell you that if the reverse were true, if it was all professionals talking about business, business, business all the time, and very few hobbyists and enthusiasts, then I would flip the other way in order to represent what's not being represented equally. So, you know, you can certainly expect a business response from a hobbyist question if you ask me a hobbyist question. Because I know if you ask that same question at any of the other popular tech channels here on YouTube, you're going to be encouraged to do it. Oh, you should totally waste your time and money on a system that's unreliable and sucks up power, needs a keyboard, a mouse, and monitor, and has to be maintained manually. Absolutely, you should do that. You're not going to hear that from somebody who's trying to make a profit in business. So if you want business advice, you want to learn what it is to be a tech, maybe you want to become a tech, you need to start thinking like a real tech and stop thinking like an enthusiast. If you just want to be an enthusiast, that's well and great, but I don't think you're going to like my channel very much because you're not going to hear what you want to hear. But, you know, that's already, YouTube is saturated with that. You can find that easily all over YouTube. So I'm trying to present something here that isn't as common. So it may not be for you. That's fine. It just, sometimes I get the same questions over and over, and you know, I do encourage the questions, but you also need to understand that this channel's been around for 14 years, and so if you're asking me something that I've been asked over and over and over again, and maybe you don't know that, the power of the search engine can make it easier for both of us. Because those videos, if you search for them with my name, any question you have about computers, if you type in Carey Holzman in YouTube, space, and then whatever your question or the subject of your question is, if it's a common question, there's a good chance I've got a video dedicated to answering it. That's how I come up with the ideas of what quick tips videos to make. I go, geez, if anybody asks me this question one more time, what I'm eventually going to lead to, I think, is creating a Stream Deck key. So when those questions keep coming in, I just automatically play the quick tip video rather than answering the way I answer. And so I'll end up playing that same video, generating my own views from my own video every single time someone asks, but is too lazy to search for it. So someone might say, well, I'm afraid to ask a question because maybe it's a question a million people have asked before. If it is, I'll tell you. You don't have to get hurt about it, right? Now you know. That's all. I'm not chastising. I'm just simply stating that if you take a look at my library, most of the common questions have already been answered. So, but I won't know what your question is until you ask it. So you might have a question that's new and I think, hey, that's a good one. I should make a quick tip video out of that. Or you might be the first person to ask a question that people in the future start asking me. You could be the one that starts it all. So don't be afraid to ask a question, even if my answer is for you to help yourself or for me to explain to you that that's a very common question. I want you to know that. It's not an insult. It's not anything to disparage you from asking. It's part of the answer. The problem gets to be some people want their answers delivered a certain way, and I only do that when I'm paid for it. Like when somebody is consulting with me for, you know, an hourly rate, I take more time with them. But if I'm trying to help a chat room of 350 people, I want to get through the questions as quickly as I can. I hate the idea of somebody being ignored in the chat room. I hate the idea of I go into somebody's live video and I type something that content creator doesn't acknowledge me, right? So if the content creator acknowledges me but says, hey man, you just asked me something a million people asked me, well then it's like, okay, well it's a good and a bad thing. First of all, yes, they acknowledge me, but they didn't tell me what I wanted to hear, okay? It's not going to be a guarantee you're going to hear what you want to hear when you ask a question. But if those are your conditions on asking questions, it's going to be a tough time teaching you. John Williams says, thanks to you, I did a BIOS update on a gigabyte motherboard with great ease, and thank you for the VIP Windows 10 Plus Pro keys. Windows 10 Plus? No, Windows 10 Pro. You are the best. Hey, thanks, John. Appreciate you. Rick Hubbard contributes $5. Rick watches us from London, England. Hey, Rick, thank you for that. $3 a.m. in London. It's 8 p.m. here in Phoenix. I guess that's what, a 7-hour time difference between us right now. I have found as a professional computer technician that my most difficult customers, and this holds true on YouTube as well, some of the most difficult people I deal with on YouTube are people that give nothing. They demand and demand and demand. They want to spend no money, and they want to make their problem your problem, but they don't want to give you anything for their time, for your time rather. So they're like, hey, can you help me fix this old worthless pile of crap computer? And you're like, well, that's going to take a long time, and parts are going to be hard to find, and you're like, you know, well, I don't have any money, so, you know, I have this old machine, I'm just keeping it. And you're like, well, so the computer's not important to you then? You're okay if you can't access email, you're okay if you, oh no, that's critical to me. Well, that may be something that isn't a novelty that you should be going cheap on. Be sort of like, how would you feel if you called an Uber or a Lyft driver and they showed up in an old jalopy thing smoking, it's dripping oil in your driveway. You're not even sure this thing's going to get to the end of the block. Are you going to get in that car? And if you're the Uber or Lyft driver, and do you want to trust your entire career on an old badunkadunk? A badunkadunk? What do they call it? Not a badunkadunk. A hoopty. A badunkadunk is something else entirely. Look at me with the slang. Ooh, I'm so 2007 here. Yeah, they got their hoopty out there on their badunkadunk. And they're going to put their whole career in it. It's not like it's a novelty. Like, well, if I have a car, I'll use it. If I don't have a car, then sure, get a cheap piece of junk that's unreliable. Knock yourself out. You can work on it all the time. You know what I mean? But if it's something that you require, like if you're going to be miserable if it doesn't work, what are you doing? So, you know, it's something that I see, and I mention it because I see it. And when I get those clients, I'm like, hey man, if you want to keep that old thing, that's your problem, right? I will charge you more to fix that than it would cost you to buy a new one. So rather than even entertain the call, and they'll usually say, well, I just have one question. Nobody ever has just one question, because as soon as you answer it, then their mind goes, I got 7 more questions about the answer. And then you get kind of roped in, kind of a sneaky way of people to manipulate to get you to help them. Now, it's one thing if somebody is in a situation of desperation, right? And it's somebody who perhaps you want to help. But when you're in business and your business isn't a charity, you got to cut your losses. You know, if you take an old computer into Geek Squad, and by old, I mean maybe 5 years old or older, laptop or desktop, they simply will turn you away. They say, we do not work on those things. And one of the reasons they do that is because if they were to work on it, you would get a bill that's basically the price of a new machine. And then they're going to have better Business Bureau complaints. They're going to get all kinds of angry customers And so the best thing you can do is, if you want to save your business, don't entertain that kind of work. You might be able to make a lot of money for a short period of time, and then you will fall quickly when it all piles on you. I'm still stuck in my badunkadunk comment. What was I thinking? We know what you were thinking. The 80s called, they want their lingo back. Only if they'll take me back with them. It's totally grody to the max. It's totally tubular. Everything has a total. It's totally gross. There's 144 of them? What do you mean? Well, that's a gross. 144. It's a dozen. It's gross. Oh, don't be gross. Gag me with a spoon. Don't get me started in the 80s lingo. I won't stop. Oh my God. Instead of complaining about customers, educate them. Education of the customers, you have to have a willing customer who wants to learn. A lot of customers don't want to learn. And education takes time. And unless the customer is paying you for your time, you will waste hours trying to educate a non-paying customer and slowly go out of business. Customers want to get educated, they need to go to school. I am not a teacher. I am not a tutor. I am a technician. And when a customer doesn't know the difference between technical support and tutoring, it's not my problem. That's a problem for the tutor, or that's a problem for the customer. If I sat around educating all my customers, let me rephrase, they're not customers if they're not paying me. Do you understand? A customer implies a transaction has taken place of goods or services in exchange for money. So a potential customer that calls and wants to keep you on the phone, you got to get them off the phone as quickly as possible. You either set up an appointment to come out, or you determine whether or not you can even help them, and you've got to do that quickly, because the next customer who calls, if you don't get to that call, they probably won't call you back. They'll move on and call the next person. Now, if you have a paying customer, and that paying customer says, how did this happen? How did I get the virus? Yes, you educate them, because you're on the clock and getting paid. If you want to give your business away, that's your business. But it probably won't be very long if you continue with that. It's very nice of you, but you're going to go home at the end of the day angry, wanting to quit, because not all customers will believe you. Customers will say you're talking down to them, that you're being condescending, and they won't listen, and they don't want to be educated. That's why they called you. They said, come here and fix this. I don't want to know how to fix it. If I wanted to know how to fix it, I wouldn't have called you. And you'll get into huge arguments and fights with some customers that'll make you question whether or not you want to be a tech. So I can always tell from the comments in the chat room, from the know-it-alls, from the people who've actually done it, because the know-it-alls, they have this utopia of this is how easy this is, but you've never actually done it. Because you've actually gone out and done that, you would leave the industry. I know several people that got so sick and tired of abuse from ignorant customers who refused to listen that they dropped the career altogether. There was a guy I had on the radio show. He had this amazing utility that fixed a lot of problems. You know, it was like an automated thing, and it was a great program. And he wrote it out of necessity of what he needed as a bench tech. And I went to invite him back on the radio program to follow up with him about 2-3 years later. It's a guy in Florida. And he goes, I don't do that anymore. And I said, well, what do you do now? He goes, I'm a finance whatever at the bank. I was like, wait a minute. These two things aren't even related. He goes, yeah, intentionally. I want nothing to do with that ever again. I've never taken so much abuse and been paid so little forever in my life in any job I've ever had. I'm not ever going to do it again. I'm much happier in finance. I wish I would have made the switch over a long time ago. And I've never talked to him since, because I have nothing to talk to him about. It's not a job that everybody's cut out for. When you're dealing with customers, Oh boy, there's not any one way that works universally for all customers. And furthermore, if you just get a job at a retail place like Best Buy or Office Max, and or even just a mom and pop computer shop where you do computer repairs interacting with the public, do that for a year. Then come back and tell me how to deal with customers. Because your complete perspective will be flipped upside down. And you'll realize there is an endless line of ignorance and arrogance. And in there, there'll be some genuine people that appreciate and have gratitude for what you're doing for them. But I'm telling you, the ignorance and the arrogance has only gotten worse. And I've had customers that want to argue with me. And I used to argue with them. I don't argue with them anymore. It's a huge time suck. Time is everything. And I remember this one guy had argued with me before, and he started arguing with me again. I interrupted him. I said, "Why do you call me? You know, I'm barely making ends meet. I'm not getting rich over here. You want to abuse me, you got to pay for that." But what I said is, "Why do you call me?" He said, "What do you mean?" I go, "Every time you call me, you argue with me. So if you don't like my answers, why don't you find somebody else whose answers you like, and we can both be happier? Because do you think I enjoy this? And I'm not getting paid for the phone call. I'm only getting paid if it turns into work, right? And this guy's going to sit there and tell me I'm wrong. He wants to fix it over the phone. He wants me to tell him how to fix it. That's not what I do. I never said I did that. I had another customer that asked me if I'd show her how to do things on the computer. I went over to her house. She said, "Can I record this?" She had a little mini tape recorder. It was back in the Napster days. And I was there a good 90 minutes. She had to flip the cassette over. I think it was 90 minutes I was there. I went over the hour that we agreed to. She only paid me for the hour. And I thought, that's great. You've recorded it. You'll play it back. I don't think she ever played it back, not once. And she ended up calling me. And she said, "I downloaded a bunch of files from my friends from Napster. Where do I find them?" I said, "Wherever Napster put them." "Well, where's that?" I said, "I don't know. Depends where you had it go." She goes, "Well, how would I find them?" I said, "I don't know. You'd have to understand folder structure." She's like, "Why are you being rude?" I said, "I'm not being rude. I'm just telling you I don't know where they are. There's no way, there was no remote access and stuff like that." So I don't know. I have no idea. I don't use Napster. I don't know where it goes. She goes, "Well, I told my friend I'd download music for her wedding." I said, "Did you tell your friend that I would download music for her wedding?" She's like, "Excuse me?" I said, "Well, did you volunteer me to get music for your friend's wedding, to steal music illegally for your friend's wedding? Did you volunteer? You're very rude." I go, "Have a nice day." And that person never called me again. I was livid, absolutely livid. And that person was livid too. But hey, just educate your customers. That's all you have to do. Well, there it is. Just oversimplify everything, Carrie. Don't worry about reality. Love it. Hey, Maroe contributes $4.99. Would you suggest DDR4 or DDR5 for Alder Lake? I can't recommend a product you can't get your hands on. Are you aware of any DDR5 available for sale? I don't think anybody should be buying DDR5, even if you could. I don't think it makes any sense. It's more, first of all, if it was selling at MSRP, you're still going to pay more than twice for the DDR5 memory. It will give you no benefit at all on Alder Lake unless you're at the 12900K. Anything less, waste of time, waste of money. I don't see any benefit to DDR5 at all, except if you're in a very high production capacity using a 12900K. That would justify the expense, if it was even available to buy. So no, I recommend DDR4. Her name was Karen. Maybe, yeah. Carrie, were you a drinker in the past? No, I have very little tolerance for alcohol. I, in my 20s, I would go to a club, and I would get a beer and a cigarette, and I would sit on a speaker. And the reason I did it was it's kind of creepy if you're just sitting on a speaker staring at people. But I had a beer in one hand, I had a cigarette in the other hand, and it gave me something to do, and it made me look normal because I was really there to listen to the very loud pounding music and be in the atmosphere of happy people. I used to do that every Friday, every Saturday night at a place called the Devil House by ASU, Arizona State University. And it would take me 90 minutes to get through that beer, maybe 2 hours. You see me nursing this Gatorade, you see how long it takes me to drink this? You can imagine if you went out drinking with me, first of all, I probably wouldn't order alcohol. I don't think it tastes very good. But if I was being social, I'd get a drink. You know what I mean? To be social, to fit in, kind of like peer pressure. But it would take me forever to drink it. Sometimes I enjoy a spirit like tequila or vodka, but it's got to be very, very expensive. I don't bother with a $20 bottle. If it's a $60 bottle, a $100 bottle, I will enjoy that over that one bottle. I'll probably have that for 2 or 3 years. Yeah, it's nothing I do very often. However, it would probably be good for me if I drank a little more. I have a very high blood platelet count, and alcohol is something that can remove platelets and what's the word I want? Retard the creation of new platelets. I asked my doctor. I said, I heard that alcohol would do that. He goes, it does. And I said, so are you going to recommend I drink alcohol? He goes, no. I said, come on, it'll be funny. I want to tell the story. He goes, no, there's other ways. I go, what other way is there? Well, you can donate blood. Yeah, and then the platelets will be back in 2 days. That's not a good solution. Well, you can donate platelets. No, my platelets are so high they won't let me donate them. They say it'll clog the funnel that filters them out. Seriously. And I don't know what else he had to suggest, but that continues to be a problem. That's probably what's going to get me. I got to take a baby aspirin every day to keep those platelets slippery. If they stick together, it forms basically a clot, and then you can have a heart attack or a stroke. But it's a condition of having no spleen. I had a spleen rupture when I was about 32 years old, and they had to do emergency trauma surgery. I made a video about this, and I was about this close to death. It's a video called How I Almost Died. And they said, you're fine, you don't need a spleen. But then those platelets build up, and they're worrisome right now. So I should drink more. Why do you ask? Patrick Rousseau says, wine is good for the blood. Yeah, I've heard that from people that are wine drinkers. Carrie, do you work out? I used to a long time ago. I'm not in good shape anymore. No, but I have a story about that when I was bullied and I finally started to fight back. It started with working out and putting some muscle on and gaining some confidence. And then the bullies left me alone once I became intimidating. It's pretty interesting how that worked out. But I was in really good shape for probably from 20 to about 35. But I was slowly getting out of shape from 20 to 35. So now, yeah, I'm 53 years old. So, if you look at old pictures of like Jack LaLanne in his 60s, or even Arnold Schwarzenegger today in his 70s, he's in shape, but you just can't tell because the skin is very saggy. Your body doesn't have the elasticity it once had. It's harder to tell I still have good strength. I still have good core strength, but I don't have the stamina I used to have. And I know if I went back to working out, it would be good for me, maybe. I did go back to working out in my mid-40s, and I injured my back, and it's still an injury that exists today, and I'm afraid of aggravating it. And my joke, was like, if I sat on the couch eating, a bag of Doritos, watching the TV, I would have never injured my back. But I was trying to get healthier and work out, and in doing so, I've got a permanent injury to my back now, and I have to be very careful when I'm lifting things because it'll go out without a warning. And when it goes, it is the most painful thing I've ever experienced, and it'll last 6 to 8 weeks. But the worst part is the first 2 weeks where I can't even tie my own shoes. It is, even trying to get clean in the shower and bend over to wash my legs or wash my feet becomes painful. And so a 20-minute or 10-minute shower takes 30 minutes because I'm stubborn and I suffer the pain just to do a half-assed job of washing because it's all I can do. It is something I wish to avoid as much as possible. So I'm always worried if by not exercising it, if I'm making it weaker, or by exercising it if I'm aggravating it. So I just try to live my life normally, and if something weighs more than about 60 pounds, generally I won't try to lift it. If I am going to lift it, I make sure and lift it with my knees. I won't just grab it without thinking. I really think about my posture, and I've been okay. I've lifted 100-pound boxes, over 100 pounds, no problem, by myself. But it's not a good idea. I know every time I do that, I'm flipping a coin. And so far, it's been okay for the last 5 years. But you never know. My lower back was killing me the other day. Well, when Mitch and I were doing the show, you have no idea how much pain I was in that day. And if you see me leaning on the counter a lot, it's usually because my lower back. It's usually what's happening. We're on our feet. Mitch and I are on our feet here when we do this. And it takes a toll. And most days it's fine, but that last Friday, I was in so much pain. And I didn't do anything. That's what kills me. It wasn't like I moved anything heavy. I didn't do anything that should have caused it other than perhaps bad posture. I don't know. Bob Connors contributes $10. He says, I almost forgot my late fee, so here it is. I have just one question. What's the benefit for you when viewers click the thumbs up button? Well, there's no real financial benefit. What happens is if a video gets a lot of likes, then a content creator goes, hey, my viewers like that content. I should make more content like that, right? Same with dislikes. You get a lot of dislikes. When you get a bunch of likes, like just a preposterous amount of likes that's unusual for your channel, regardless of how big you are, the YouTube search and display algorithm, the YouTube algorithm, notices that and is more likely to recommend your video to somebody watching that category. If I've got 1,400 videos, you think the YouTube algorithm just randomly picks them to offer as suggested videos for other viewers? It doesn't. There's an algorithm to it, and the algorithm's always changing because people are always trying to game the algorithm. If you do a search in YouTube for how to beat the YouTube algorithm, those videos have a lot of views, and those videos never are accurate because YouTube, it's like trying to crack your credit report, right? How to get a higher credit score. How they calculate the credit score is a secret, and they'll never, ever tell you how they do it, and they change it constantly on how they evaluate it so that nobody can manipulate it, making all that advice, if it even works, it'll only work for a couple days, and YouTube will be on it. They'll see it's being manipulated, and they'll change it immediately. So that's pretty much all the like button does. That's it. It's actually quite worthless. It doesn't really do anything for me. But you tell people if you like the content, hit the like button. If you want to subscribe, hit the subscribe button, be made aware when any new videos are posted. And that results in more likes and more subscriptions. If you don't say it, you don't get it. So every single YouTube content creator does that. And I try not to do it because I don't want to be like everybody else. And then I end up wondering why subscription numbers go down. And then out of curiosity, I mention in a video, be sure to subscribe. Boom, subscriber numbers go back up. So even though I don't want to do it, I'm punished if I won't do it. The subscriptions really only help me for any sponsorship. They don't help me in any other way. Most of the money that I make from YouTube comes from non-subscribing viewers. I get over 10,000 brand new viewers who've never seen me before every single day. Every single day, over 10,000 new viewers. And I think I've got about 8,000 subscribers out of 360,000 that regularly watch my content. What are you going to do? That's why YouTube stopped sending out emails about new video alerts. They said 99.7% of those emails were ignored. So they stopped sending them. So somebody's signing up for subscriptions and wanting to be alerted and then ignoring the alerts. You know, more than 9 out of 10 people. And so YouTube said, well, we're not going to do that anymore. It's a waste. It's costing YouTube a lot of money for nothing. The idea is to generate more revenue from more views. So sending those emails out isn't free bandwidth. You know, you got to pay an employee and you got to write the code and you got to, you know, maintain it. And anyway, yeah, so YouTube doesn't do that anymore. Now you get alerts on your YouTube app on your phone or tablet. Or I think there's a YouTube app on the PC you can download and you can get alerts that way. I saw somebody, a content creator, said text this phone number with the word hi if you want to be alerted via SMS anytime new videos are posted. And I'm like, I wonder if they're doing that themselves. They had like 1.5 million subscribers. I'm like, how do they do that? Did they just buy a phone specifically for that and they just have a big group SMS? No, I wouldn't imagine they would do that because then everybody would see everybody else. There's no privacy. Then I think, well, there must be a service that's being offered, but I'm not aware of what it is. So I just thought that was interesting. Doug, rnareset.com support, contributes $10. Hey, thank you, Doug. Every time the viewer clicks the like button, Mitch gets a shock. That's from Frank Jimmy. Yeah, can you imagine? I'd probably get likes like crazy. Marco says, yes, it's a service you text and they can program an answer. Interesting. But you'd have to change the link to the YouTube video for every time you go live. So you'd have to have some way of providing like a phone book of everybody who texts that they get on the list and that you text out your email link every time you go live to that list. Angel contributes $5, says hello from Jersey, everyone. Hey, Angel. Thank you for supporting the channel. Don Allen says, I rebuild computers for kids that don't have one. One of the people I supplied with a computer told me about the green light flashing when playing some original DVDs. Trying to fix that problem. Is it the green light on the DVD drive? A little piece of electrical tape, cover that right up. Problem fixed, move on to the next one. John Tem contributes $10 and said, just showing my support. Right on, John Tem, thank you. Jose Donato says, hello, Carrie. Greetings from Chile. Welcome in. Jim Grady wants to know, has the shift to work from home required you to alter the way you work? I've been working from home since 2015, 2016. I've been working, no, didn't change anything. What it did do is I had a client that said, we don't see you. You don't come in the office, so what are we paying you for? I've told this story. I said, you leave your computers on at night. I've been servicing you for 10 years. In those 10 years, have you had a virus? No. Have you had any data loss? No. Has your business been down for any reason during work hours, preventing your employees from working and your customers from being helped in the last 10 years? No. Well, how do you think that happened? Well, I don't see you. I go, you don't have to see me. I'm working remotely. Long story short, I don't have that customer anymore. The guy's in his 70s. He's got this old school mentality that if he doesn't actually see me there, I must not be doing anything. And I guess just everything running for the last 10 years was just sheer luck. I was very happy when maybe a year after that, when COVID hit, everybody was forced to work remotely. I bet he understands now, but I'll never work for him again. He terminated our contract that I never increased his rate in 10 years. And I reminded him. I said, there should be a 10% rate increase every year, and you should be paying me double what you're paying me every month. So if you think you're paying too much, you should be paying twice as much if I did a standard 10% increase every year. I said, so out of loyalty, I rewarded you by not increasing your rate, and now you are terminating me without cause, and he gave me absolutely no warning. He didn't say, hey, we'll finish, we'll do another quarter and we'll be done with it. There was no, it was just immediate, starting now. And of course, he waited until the end of the contract, and that's what he did. Like 15 years ago, I was working for him, and he pulled the same stunt, and he got screwed over by the guy that replaced me. And he asked me about 5 years later if I would come back and fix everything and put it back the right way. And I told him I would under certain conditions, and that I wouldn't. And I told him back then, but he doesn't remember. He's an old man. He doesn't remember anything. I told him, I said, I won't raise your rate as long as you don't, as long as you keep the contract and you keep renewing it, I won't raise the rate. So he did that a second time, and I was angry at myself. I'm like, I'm such an idiot. I should have been raising his rate. I'm such, business-wise, just a complete idiot. If the guy's going to screw me, I should have been screwing him. There I was, going out of my way. I was doing a lot of work that wasn't part of the contract, just in the spirit of good customer service. Over the years, it kind of morphed in his head that he thinks he's paying me one flat rate to do anything. And I just was like, that's not our contract. And he's an old man. I have to keep telling him. It's like he has no recollection. Anyway, so then when they were forced to all have to work from home, I was like, oh, I bet he understands now. So no, COVID has not changed the way I work. No. No. Winston Liu contributes $2 Canadian, says hello from Vancouver, Canada. Hi, Winston. He says the video flashes green when playing. Oh. I think I've seen that before. Do they use VLC to play the videos? That would probably solve it. It's probably a codec problem. Video flashes green when playing DVDs. It's a very old deinterlacing bug which has persisted in VLC player for 2 years. It's common to all hardware drivers and operating systems. Are they running Ubuntu? It only occurs in certain movie files, most often RIP DVDs, which contain multiple 1 gig files inside a video TS folder. It could be the result of an incorrect HDCP decoding during the unauthorized DVD rips, using tools like SlyFox Any DVD, such that the resulting malformed files confuse the de-interracing algorithms in a VLC player. So very old de-interlacing bug. Depending on whether the player starts by rendering odd or even frames, the flashing may or may not occur every time you play, start, rewind, or fast forward a film. The flashing is therefore intermittent, neither consistent nor repeatable. It occurs in different movie segments at different times in the same file. I have seen it. The green screen problem while watching online videos is usually a hardware acceleration or outdated graphics card issue. Begin with hardware acceleration fix. If that doesn't work, update your computer's graphics card driver. But that's online videos. Why do my DVD player keep flashing? Turn off deep color setting on your DVD or Ultra HD Blu-ray. Press the home button on the remote, select Setup, Screen Settings, HDMI Deep Color Output off. Sometimes it's the DVD player. Switch to a different DVD player. With VLC, you go to Tools, Preferences, Input/Codecs, and disable Hardware Accelerated Decoding. Then close and reopen VLC. Well, there's a few things you can try. WizNation with $1. Hey, thank you, WizNation. And Planet Cryos, $2.22. He says, hi there again. Hello again, and thank you, Planet Cryos and WizNation. Ghost Shadow with a $5 contribution said, what are your thoughts on cell phones getting deactivated with new standards? It's always a good thing. Always a good thing. We still want to keep moving forward, and we can't let people hold us back. I think this is why, I've talked about this, I think why human beings die is because the older humans what I have found so far in life is older human beings are more resistant to change. So for example, if people were still alive today from the 1700s, they would probably say that modern medicine is witchcraft, that the automobile, the combustion engine automobile, is causing too many deaths and harming the atmosphere, and we never had that problem with the good old horse and buggy. And they would pick it and stand in the way of progress. But because they eventually all died, the path was cleared for the rest of the human beings that were younger to continue to evolve and progress both science, technology, and the race in general. So when they get older, they become resistant to change. They say, this is a bad idea, I don't want to do it. And I think what will eventually happen is that the progress will eventually occur regardless of the resistance to it, because the resistance will die off. All those people who are against change the people that act as an obstacle to change, all those people, including the people for the change, all eventually die. And then that next generation, they don't have that same perspective of why they shouldn't, generally speaking, certainly not in that vast amount of numbers. And so that progress then can happen more efficiently and without as much resistance. So this old technology, it has to go if we're ever going to advance and progress. We can't make everything backwards compatible, but at the same time, make things more secure and faster. You've got to pick one or the other, or you will forever be stuck in an evolutionary system that is purposefully I'm trying to think of the word I want. It's slowed down when it doesn't need to be. It's not that the technology is holding us back, it's that the people are. We can't let people hold back the entire species, not in my opinion. People can make decisions for themselves. If you don't want to get in a car, don't buy one and don't get in one, but don't stop me from having one, right? So it's kind of that thing. If we want to have 5G and we want to have data and you know, our cell phones, they're just small computers that have a phone app on them, is all they are. And if we want to continue to advance that technology and make it even more useful, it's obvious, I think, that we have to abandon the old technology that's weighing it down so we can drop that dead weight and fly. You can't fly as high with all that weight. So all technology must go away to be replaced with a modern technology. It's inevitable, and it's happened throughout the history of human beings on this planet. What else would you expect? No human beings can stop that from happening because attrition will win. That's what I think. Ghost Shadow with $2 says 1-year-old 4G LTE phone going into garbage. I can't see any reason why a 4G phone would be garbage. Nothing wrong with 4G. Was there 4G? I know there was 3G. Seems like we went from 3 to 5. This is a Galaxy S10. How old is this phone? It's old, as far as phones go. Galaxy S10 release date. March 8th. Galaxy S10. 2019. So this is nearly a 3-year-old phone, and the S20 came out, the S21 came out, and now the S22 should be out in March. So I'll be several generations behind, and I think the only complaint I have is my battery life ain't as good as it used to be, but that's expected. These phones run on batteries. I mean, if you put a car battery in your car the same time you bought your phone, which one do you think is going to need to be replaced first? It's a battery. It's whether you use it a lot or you don't use it at all. These batteries are sealed in here. You've got to replace the phone to replace the battery. They're not designed to last forever. This isn't 1972 and you could rent your phone from Ma Bell and you'd have the same phone for 30 years. It doesn't work that way anymore. It's not just a phone, it's a computer. And you're connecting to the internet where the thefts of the scams and the identity thefts and the ransomware are growing year by year by year. It's like a $200 billion a year industry. It wasn't that 3 years ago. It just keeps doubling in on itself. And you want to keep connecting to these hackers in Russia and other non-US allied countries, for the most part, North Korea, and you want them to steal your identity because you refuse to secure yourself. You want to go into battle with an enemy that's using the most modern laser-guided weapons. Well, you have a sharpened stick. Why would you enter the battlefield like that? The internet is a battlefield. So if you just want to get a phone that has no internet on it, different story, my friend. Different story. But if you're going to get on the internet, The internet is evolving at a mind-blowing pace every single minute of every single day. It's changing. Every second it's changing. And you're going to go into battle, into anonymous enemies in non-US allied countries. And you think that the phone that you bought a couple of years ago should allow you to just do what you want to do every day and you're going to be protected? I mean, you can want that, but it's just not realistic. We're still very, very early on in this technology. We're still figuring it out. And somehow we changed from wanting to make the technology safer and more secure. That used to be the priority in the 1980s, 1990s. Now, what the corporations want to do is put it in your hands. They don't care if it's ready. It doesn't matter if it's ready. Just get it in their hands. It doesn't matter if it's secure. We'll figure it out later, and then we'll fix it, and we'll sell you another one. That's what it's become. That's not how it started, but that's what it's become. And as long as the businesses are going to operate like this, it's money-driven, I don't know what choice there is. Just get a flip phone. You won't have the problem. Planet Cryos contributes 99 cents, and again 99 cents, and again 99 cents. Thank you, Planet Cryos. And again 99 cents. Ghost Shadow says the carrier is refusing to support his phone as of February. We'll just change carriers, who cares? First of all, you got to define what support is. Are they saying it's not going to work on the network? That's not a problem with the phone, that's a problem with the carrier. Or are they saying if you have a problem, they won't help you? That's still not a problem with the phone, that's a problem with the network. I don't buy phones from networks anymore. I don't have a T-Mobile or a Verizon or a Sprint or an AT&T. I don't go in there and sign one of those deals. I go to Amazon and I buy an unlocked phone. If I want to save money, I look for a refurbished one. And I make sure that it's unlocked. I go to Walmart and they have a service there called Straight Talk. You go in the electronics department of Walmart. Actually, you could do it online, but at Walmart they have a bring your own phone kit, BYOP, bring your own phone. And it's $50. And you get this package, it's usually behind glass locked. You got to get somebody to unlock it for you. It looks like this. Never mind the dust bunnies. I just happen to have one here. And when you open this up, it's got a SIM card for AT&T. It's got a SIM card for T-Mobile. And it has a SIM card for Verizon. Now, it doesn't matter which SIM card you use in your phone. Typically, there's only one SIM card that's going to fit in whatever phone you buy. Okay? The rate is the same from Straight Talk. It doesn't matter. Buy any phone you want. Whether you go through Verizon or T-Mobile or AT&T, you're actually going through Straight Talk. They're like the middleman. $35 a month, man. No contracts. It's like a burner phone. No contracts. Cancel it anytime you want. They have a rewards program, so if you keep paying on time, you can get like a month free. And it's cheap. And you just buy any phone you want off Amazon. Literally any phone you want. And then buy a bring your own phone kit. So if I want to upgrade my Samsung Galaxy S20, this is an S10. Let's say the S22 comes out and I get that. All I got to do is pop the SIM card out of here, put it into the new phone. I don't even have to talk to anybody. It just immediately works with my phone number. And I can use the Samsung Switch program to go from one Samsung phone to another. You don't even have to have a cable. It'll do it through wireless or Bluetooth. And it'll transfer all my apps and all my pictures all the way over from one phone to the other, making the Switch, that's why it's called Samsung Switch, and it's built into the software on every Samsung Galaxy phone sold. It's costing me less for this phone than I was paying my cell phone bill from Cellular One. was like $60 a month, and I was limited to so many minutes and so many text messages. I can call US, Canada, Mexico, anywhere, and there's never any fees because it's a prepaid phone. I don't have to worry about being tricked into anything because I can't be billed on a prepaid phone. So if there's a phone number that's a trick number that supposedly is going to call some long distance, it won't let me dial it because it's prepaid. It won't allow it. But I can call any legitimate number in the US, Canada, or Mexico, $35 a month. No contract, get any phone I want. I could buy it brand new or I can buy it refurbished. I make sure I buy it from an Amazon Prime seller so it has the proper return if anything's wrong with it. I did have a problem with one phone I bought where it was real flaky, and sending it back was a pain in the butt because I wanted a phone to switch it over to and they wouldn't give me one. They said I had to send this one back first. Like, what do I use in the meantime? I need it for my business. So it's not our problem. It's not our return policy. I said, okay, but I need another phone. They said, I'll tell you what, you buy another phone, and then when we send yours back, we'll refund you the money. I said, fine, no problem. And that's what I ended up doing. So the refurbished phone had a weird problem. It was disconnecting calls. So, but the other couple refurbished phones I bought have been perfect. They get at least 80%. They guarantee 80% of the original battery life on a refurbished phone. And if you want to spend and get a brand new one, make sure you get it unlocked. And if you want it specifically for T-Mobile, then make sure you get one that's designed for the T-Mobile SIM card. And then you can just get that little kit over at Walmart, $50, comes with your free month of service. It's a little hassle once you get it activated. You can do it all online. After that, it's easy. Cheetah Kid's got an S6. That's pretty old. Adam Jett contributes $1. And Paul 1961 contributes 15 Canadian dollars. He says, awesome video. Thanks, Paul. Planet Cryos again with 99 cents. And another 99 cents. Thanks, guys. Ghost Shadow says, I have an unlocked phone and my carrier is Straight Talk. Exactly the same card I have. I know what to tell you. As far as I know, that phone, what I'm trying to figure out is what caused this anxiety you have. Because to the best of my knowledge, your phone is going to work just fine on the network indefinitely. So why are you under the assumption your phone's going to stop working? Where did that information come from? I don't believe you've been given accurate information. Dennis Paulson says, I have the same service from Walmart. Is that with unlimited data? No. I think you get 2 gigs of data. I mean, it's a phone. Why would I need more than 2 gigs of data on a phone? You can pay more if you need more data, but Frank Jimmy says you Wi-Fi instead of data. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't even use anywhere near 2 gigs a month. And Planet Cryos again with another 99 cents. Thank you, Planet Cryos. Ghost Shadow says this isn't about discontinued tech, it's about carriers using excuse for sales of phones. 4G LTD is not being shut off. I really don't know what you're talking about. As far as I know, your phone should continue to work indefinitely. I think either you talked to somebody who didn't understand or you didn't understand. Because your phone is newer than mine, and mine works just fine, and it's going to continue. I know for a fact. What alerted you? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, did you get a text message from Straight Talk saying your phone service was going to end? I don't understand where this all came from. I'm very confused. Rupin says, Carrie, I bought an NVMe SSD enclosure and the goodies to build my own external SSD hard drive. I picked up a Samsung 980 Pro for $375. Might seem a lot, but haven't been this low for months. Yeah, but why would you put a fast solid-state drive into a slow enclosure? The enclosure is not going to move the data through USB unless you're not moving it through USB. You could have bought a budget NVMe drive for half that amount of money for the same capacity, and it won't run any faster. You'd use a Samsung 980 internally to a computer. Externally is a waste of money, in my opinion. There'd be no benefit to having that externally. He says he's having issues with calls cutting out. He called Straight Talk and was informed about the issue. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Calls don't cut out. So there's a misunderstanding of technology, right? So back in the day, we had analog technology. And with analog technology, especially with a cell phone, you'd hear static. You'd call, can you hear me? Hello? Right? Digital doesn't work that way. Digital's on or digital is off. So if they're supporting your phone now, they don't say, well, we're going to stop supporting it, so it's only going to kind of work. It's either on or it's off. So if you're having issues with your phone disconnecting, likely there's something wrong with your phone. These phones, you know, the technology in them is incredible. It's amazing that they work as well as they do. But, you know, they get dropped. They take a lot of abuse. And, you know, the technology is incredible. You have to have a very powerful microscope. The traces on the boards, on the dies, are like a 100th the width of a human hair. No exaggeration. And if anything, maybe even more than that. As you can imagine, they're pretty delicate. And even if you treat your phone perfectly and nothing ever happens to it, the parts inside can still start to fail, especially with the transmitter-receiver function of the phone. I would think that the problem is actually with your phone, and if you called Straight Talk again and had the same discussion, pretending like you never had it before, and don't plant any ideas in the person's head that what you were told, don't put them on that road. See what they tell you the second time. I doubt you'll get the same story. What you're describing is not the result of a service ending. Your phone either works or it doesn't. There's no sometimes. If you're having a problem with sometimes, and you weren't having that problem before, it's likely the phone that's at issue here. Remember, Straight Talk doesn't have their own towers. You're on AT&T, or you're on Verizon, or you're on T-Mobile, or maybe something has changed to the tower with that specific provider. So if you've got a different phone and you're on T-Mobile, switch it to Verizon, or if you're on Verizon, switch it to AT&T. There may be one that works better in your area. But if it was working all this time, and now suddenly it's dropping calls, it's likely your phone is starting to fail. It's not Straight Talk's fault. It has nothing to do with supporting your phone. I mean, it would be great if we could point the finger and blame somebody for all the negative and bad things that the universe throws at us. The chaos of the world. The technology isn't perfect, my friend. You know, it's good for a while. It doesn't last forever, and some things last longer than others. I put in brand new light bulbs, brand new LED bulbs that are supposed to last 10 years, and they go out in 10 months. And yet, some LED bulbs I've had in 4 years, and they came from the same package. It's got nothing to do with the electricity of the house. It's just a bad LED bulb, just bad manufacturing, whatever. It just got too hot and it didn't handle it as good as the other bulbs. I don't know why. You throw it in the trash and start again. Your next phone you'll probably have better luck with. When you get your next phone, change your carrier. Since it's Straight Talk, you have a choice of 3 carriers. Whoever you're using, pick one of the other 2 next time. Put it on a different phone. I'm sure your problem goes away. I'm sure it's your phone. It has nothing to do with Straight Talk. Call them again. Pretend like you never had a conversation. I bet you get a completely different excuse. They're just making stuff up. They're idiots. These people who answer the phones for a living, they are the lowest form of support that exists. They literally hire people who have no technological education or experience. It is a very low-paying job where you deal with a lot of customer abuse. Just like what you're talking about, you're pissed off. It's not their fault your phone's not working. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're idiots. That's why they're answering phones. Sorry, the smart people aren't answering phones. You're not likely going to get a very intelligent person at that level picking up the phone saying, "Hi, can I help you?" It's not going to happen. Just the way the world works. Sean Gallagher contributes $4. He says, "I'm watching your videos over again because I have COVID." Ooh, that sucks, but you know, stay isolated, drink a lot of fluids. Be down for about 10, 14 days, but you'll come out of it with a stronger immune system, and hopefully I can keep you distracted and entertained. The Cool 2T contributes $2. Hey, thank you for that. And thank you, Sean Gallagher. Ghost Shadow said the call would literally stop. Full signal strength. Yeah, I had the same problem. Remember I told you about one of those refurbished phones, and initially it was working fine, and then same exact problem you're describing. Then I fought with him about the return, and then I bought another one. I moved my SIM card into the other phone. I think this is the phone. I think this is the replacement. I've had it for years, 2 or 3 years. It's your phone. You're gonna, listen, it seems pretty clear to me you're gonna hear what you wanna hear, and I'm sorry that you don't wanna hear what I'm telling you. But I don't have a dog in the race. I'm not here selling phones, and I'm not here selling cellular service. I'm telling you, as a logical computer technician who has nothing to gain from the answer, more than likely, from personal experience and from what I know about technology, what you are describing is a phone that is failing. And I'm sorry you don't want to hear it. Buy another phone, move your SIM card into it, and if you want me to prove you wrong, buy the exact same phone you have now on Amazon refurbished. Prove me wrong. Because you can always send the phone back to Amazon if you make sure it's prime. You can buy that exact same phone right now on Amazon. Buy it, switch the SIM card over. I can almost guarantee your problem goes away. Unless the carrier you have has an interruption in their signal. In which case, switching the carrier, which is why I was saying that before. But it is likely your phone. So, I don't think there's any more to discuss on that. I don't care if you want to hear it. So, that's why I say, you know, I don't mind the questions, but what bothers me is when people want to fight for their ignorance. They want to fight for their limits. That's your limit. I'm telling you, there's nothing in it for me to tell you what you want to hear, and there's nothing in it for me to tell you what you don't want to hear. I'm only interested in logic, not on feelings. And I'm sorry you feel a certain way, but logically, I'm telling you what you're describing is a failing phone. But hey, listen to the person who answers the phone at Straight Talk, not to the guy with 30 years of computer technical experience that you're asking the questions to. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, that's just ridiculous. Think about who you're talking to. I'm not saying I'm right all the time, far from it, but I got a lot of experience in this industry, in computers and technology, not in smartphones, but a smartphone is nothing more than a computer. That's all it is. And I've experienced exactly what you're talking about with that refurbished phone I told you about. Exactly the same problem. And when I got the exact same model of phone, it works perfect. It was the phone I got went bad. I don't know why. It didn't make any sense. That's what happened. He said, I got 2 other phones, same issue, 1 mile from the tower. If you have 2 other phones, are they the same make and model? Because what you're talking about has nothing to do with supporting your phone. I need to drill that into your head. If your phone is not going to be supported, then it will work until it's not supported. It won't sometimes work, and that doesn't make any sense. That's not how support works. The technology is there or it's not there. It's there or it's not there. It doesn't sometimes get there and sometimes go away. So it might be the carrier. So I'm just going to keep repeating myself until I get through. The carrier may have an issue in your area. So if you have a different phone from a different carrier, but you can still use Straight Talk, because Straight Talk's not the carrier. The carrier is either AT&T, T-Mobile, or Verizon. And they are subject to change depending on what work is being done in the area and how much money is being put into the infrastructure from the specific carrier you're using and how it impacts you. The closer you are to the tower, the worse it is, because the tower transmits better to people further away. If you're directly under the tower, you'll get no signal at all. Think about it. The tower is broadcasting out that way. It's not broadcasting straight down. So the further away you are, in theory, to a certain limit, the better your signal gets. The closer you get to it, the worse the signal gets if you get too close. However, there's enough cell towers around the United States now that it's pretty rare. You have to go to some pretty rural places to find a place that has no signal or a signal that comes and goes. So it sounds more and more like it's a carrier problem. So if you're with T-Mobile, try AT&T. If you're with AT&T, try T-Mobile or Sprint, et cetera, et cetera. If that's the problem, it's not the fact that it's 4G. That's not the problem. If that was the problem, it would happen consistently. It wouldn't sometimes work. You understand what I'm telling you? Sometimes it's frustrating. He's already got his mind made up, so there's no point answering a question where he already knows. He is convinced he already knows his answer. So I'm going to move on. I don't want to talk about it anymore because it's like talking to a wall. I'm sorry, man. Don't take it personally. I'm frustrated. I've been explaining and explaining and explaining, and I'm telling you, it's either the phone or the carrier. It's what I said right from the get-go, phone or carrier. And you just want to keep doubling down. Well, it's like somebody saying, help me, and then you go to help them, and they're like, I don't need your help. Well, then why did you ask for it? It's so frustrating. I'm a little frustrated. Just say, okay, thank you. Leave it at that. Believe whatever you want, man. I got no dog in the race. It's your phone or the carrier. If you're telling me you got multiple phones, it's your carrier. He says, I suspect AT&T is screwing with tower signaling. T-Mobile and Verizon don't work here. I'm done. I'm just done. Let's move on. Carrie, how is looking for a place in Michigan going? Well, it was a place we were looking at, and we got a virtual walkthrough of it. It was teeny tiny. I was like, oh man, it looked so beautiful in the pictures, but I don't think the first floor was 800 square feet. I'm like, I can't do this in 800 square feet. What, are you kidding me? And it was on 10 acres of land. I'm like, what are these people thinking? Let's buy 10 acres of land and put a little tiny house on it. I think it was like a hunter's cottage is what it looked like to me. Like somebody wanted to be able to step out on the back porch and shoot a deer, you know, because they left the 10 acres pretty much alone. It had high-speed internet. It had plenty of privacy. It was the right price. And the pictures looked great, you know, modern appliances, very well kept. But it was tiny. And that ain't gonna work. And the real estate agent called it cozy. Like, oh, that must be real estate talk for tiny. It's like when a doctor says uncomfortable, they mean pain. In certain industries, they don't like to use certain words. I'm learning that late in life. So when a real estate agent tells you it's cozy, that means it's small. There's a few more houses. So I get listings every day of houses available, you know, put up on the MLS system. And I'm just not finding anything that, like, I don't want to be next door to somebody. At least not like in a typical suburban neighborhood. I want privacy. But I don't want to be so far out that it, you know, takes forever to go to the grocery store or to go out to dinner, and I still need to have high-speed internet. So there've been a couple of places so far since September. I've seen 4 places. Well, this 4th one isn't really, you know, it's too tiny. So we've really only seen 3. The first one was perfect, but we missed the sale by 2 days. The second one was built in 1974, and it was on the river. It was over budget, it was going to need some work, and some of the things I want would never be possible, like a bigger bathroom with a jacuzzi tub. There just wasn't any room to put it, so it would never happen, and I'd have to sacrifice that want. And lead paint was used, and the river has PFAS in it, which means, you know, if you have a pet or anything that drinks the white foam on the river, it's not good. And they're cleaning it up, but I'd rather wait until it's cleaned up. It was a beautiful place, though. But I'd prefer something that's not that old. I'd prefer something built 20 years ago if I can get it. If it's built in the 90s, perhaps. But if it's built in the 70s or 80s or 60s or 50s, that can be tough to maintain it and to upgrade it. So I just want some privacy. And I need a quiet road that's, you know, if it's a cul-de-sac or something where there's not a lot of through traffic. High-speed internet. I like to have vaulted ceilings. And I like great rooms. Take all the walls out of the house. Just giant great room as much as possible. And they're out there. What I'm wanting is not ridiculous, but it is specific. Real estate agents would, in my experience, rather you didn't know what you wanted so they can talk you into what you want. The minute you tell them, I want this, I want this, I want this, and it's got to be under this amount of money, then they're like, oh boy. You know, and it's like, hey man, I'm not asking for anything that specific. I know what I need to have, and I want this to be the last house I buy. So it's got to be perfect. If it's a modern log cabin, that would be ideal. Because if it has a loft, that's great. That means automatically it's going to have a great room and it's going to have a vaulted ceiling. But at the same time, as a modern log cabin, I want all the modern amenities that you would have in a house. I just want it as much as possible to be rustic looking, but it's going to have a flat screen TV over the fireplace, that kind of thing. It's going to have a dishwasher. It's going to have a washing machine and a dryer. I'm going to have all the modern appliances and the high-speed internet in a place that hopefully isn't that old, but is made to look old. And so those places exist. And the first place I saw was so perfect. So perfect. I want the garage attached. I don't want to have to be trudging through the snow. And it was in budget, and it was in the right location, and it was bigger than what I really wanted. And it was in between houses, but it was in the woods. So you would never know the house was between the two houses. It was like hidden. I'm like, oh, it's perfect, perfect. At the end of a cul-de-sac. It's beautiful. But it's a custom-built house. I'm not going to find another one exactly like it. But I keep telling my real estate agent, every time he points me to a property, I'm like, dude, look, does that look anything like this address? Go back and look at that address. Find me something that reminds you of this address. Because what you're sending me, So the last few houses he sent me are just traditional suburban homes. Some of them are like in the city of Grand Rapids. I don't want to be in the city, dude. So he's sending me, houses all around the surrounding cities, northeast, south, and west of Grand Rapids. And some of them are pretty far south. He's like, well, we can get you to this point if we take you and put you in the middle of nowhere. No, I'm not going to be in the middle of nowhere, dude. Not at that price. So, and then, he's looking at these farming communities. And the farming community's got no forest. Yeah, but look at all the land you got. I go, yeah, look at all the lawn I'm going to have to mow. Forget that. I want the house to be as much in the forest as possible, as little lawn as possible. That means no HOA, less lawn care issues. Let it be natural. So he's working on it. So I get these listings, they're automated every day, every single day. There's just an automated, it's not like he's sending them to me personally. They come from him, but they're through an automated system that identifies certain things, I don't know, that he's programmed in his search. And I was making a point to him, and I did a quick search on maybe realtor.com, and I found a property that was pretty damn close to what I wanted that he never sent me. And I said, look at this house right here. And he goes, well, do you want me to do a walkthrough of that one? I go, no, because it's not what I want, but it's closer to what I want than anything you've sent me. You see it has the vaulted ceilings, you see it was built in the 80s, you see how far back it is from the road. It's just too close to the neighbors. It's like in a regular suburban area, and it looks like a busy street, and it's got a lot of yard. And the yard is weird. It's like there's big trees in front of the house. You can't see the house, but you see yard, and I'm going to have to maintain that yard. Forget it. If I was desperate, and I desperately needed a place, I'd take it. But I think we can do better. And that place, oddly enough, because he's telling me how the prices are all going up, I go, this listing shows the price has gone down. It's been on the market for 3 or 4 weeks. Nobody's buying it. So the price went down 10 grand. I go, so don't tell me all these houses are, oh, you better hurry up and buy now. No, I'm going to wait. I said, this is a very important decision. I'm not looking for something for right now. I'm looking for something forever, and I'll wait. Unless my situation changes and I have to leave Studio B, in which case I'll have to find something maybe to rent until I can continue my dream house search. Maybe that first house I saw will come back up for sale. And if it does, I'll be in trouble because I will probably pay way too much for it. I'm very emotionally connected to that house. I just saw it and fell in love with it. And I thought, there's no way it looks this good in person. It was while I was in Michigan. I drove over there to look at the property. It's better than it looked in the pictures. I shouldn't have looked at it in person. And I wrote to the person who bought the house, and I said, you bought my dream house, and if you ever want to sell it, I'm not a real estate agent. I'm not looking to, this isn't a sales call. You literally live in my dream house, and if you ever want to sell it, I hope you'll let me know, because I'll buy it for me to live in until I die. And they never answered me. And I said, I'm sorry if this is creepy. And I'm sorry if it's an unwelcomed message. But there it is. I figured I had nothing to lose, right? It was a weird message. Imagine you get that message. You're like, you live in my dream house. You just bought that house 2 days before I was made aware it existed. And I'm not a salesman, and I'm not just trying to buy your house. I want to buy your house to live in it. Seriously. This is sincere. Sorry if it's creepy. I had to. I would never forgive myself if I didn't try. Stefan A. contributes 10 Canadian dollars. He says, greetings, Carey. Hope you find the house you always wanted. Thank you. Yeah, you and me both, man. I mean, I did find the house I always wanted. It's just, it was bought 2 days. So I looked it up, I'm looking for houses. This house comes up on the search. And it's beautiful. It's perfect. And then the listing says pending sale. Like, oh, maybe it won't go through. I guess it went through. Missed it by that much. James Prezi says, I'm sure the guy has a price to sell it. Well, that's what I was hoping. I'd give him $100,000 more than he paid for it. Dead serious, which is way over my budget, but it's a 1 in a million house. It's everything about it's perfect. Location is perfect. That house isn't 20 years old. It's beautiful. It's modern. It's giant. It's like 3,200 square feet with 2 bedrooms. Every room is huge. My friend goes, I bet that'll cost a lot of money to heat in the wintertime. Like, why you got to be negative, man? Why you got to just just say, yeah, it's a beautiful house. Don't worry about it. It's got a fireplace. I got jackets and blankets. It'll be fine. Like a castle. Can you imagine what it would cost to heat a castle? Anyway, this place was amazing. But they never responded to my message. I'm sure that they probably thought it was really strange. But yeah, if they offered it for $100,000 more than they paid, I'd snatch it up. I'll figure out how to pay for it later. I guess I'll be making a lot of videos and working twice as hard. I don't know. So perfect. So perfect. So like there's this idea of what I wanted, and then I saw this house, and it was more than what I wanted. And it kind of changed what I wanted. I was like, oh, I never thought of that. Whoever designed and built this house, apparently we're like kindred spirits, because all the things they wanted, I want. Everything. Just top to bottom. Location, price, all of it. Perfect. Perfect. Better than perfect. Better than anything I ever imagined. And now I can't get it out of my head. It's like I've fallen in love with that house. So I keep telling the real estate agent, find me something similar to this. And I don't know if he knows what that means. I'm like, look at the location, look at the price, look at the age of construction, look at the great room, look at the vaulted ceilings, look at the floors, look at the modern appliances. Look, honestly, I don't care about the modern appliances. I'll put appliances in the place, don't get me wrong. It's no big deal. It is a little off-putting looking at some of these houses that were built in the 60s and 70s, and you look in the pictures and they seem to have the original light fixtures on the ceilings. Like, it's $20 to buy a modern light fixture at Home Depot. It's 2 wires. What's the big deal? Why are we saving this old, crappy, brass, terrible round light fixture that was in every single house? Why are you doing that? Modernize it. It doesn't cost a lot of money, and it doesn't take a lot of time. It takes very little effort. And they got brand new flooring in there, and they got brand new paint. You're like, but you won't spend $20 on a light fixture? Come on. So stuff like that puts me off. But it's like, look, I can do that work myself. If everything else is good, I can change a light fixture. I can put in appliances. But what I'm finding is the same people who do that don't take very good care of their houses. It's all surface. It looks good on the surface. And as you dig down deeper, you're like, oh, you start looking at the basement, and you start looking at the way they've got the condition of things. It's like, oh, and especially if the house is from the 50s or 60s. I've seen some houses that were beautifully rebuilt, ground up, beautifully. But they're in these residential neighbors with, a house 5 feet away, 6 feet away over here, and 5 or 6 feet away. I don't want to be in that environment. But the house was beautiful. It just, location sucked. And I've seen houses in beautiful locations, but the house sucked. So I'm trying to find a beautiful house in a beautiful location within a certain price range, obviously. And I know it's not unreasonable because I found one the first day I was looking. And it just happened to be pending sale the day I found it. Yeah. But I know it exists, and I know I'm not unreasonable wanting that. But I also know that it's going to take some time. It's fine, and I have time. For now, I have time. I just have to buy the house on the left and the house on the right and live in the one in the middle, and the problem is solved. Now, do you have any idea how much that would cost? Do I have pictures of the house? Well, let's see if maybe Zillow still has the pictures up. Let's see. No, it looks like the pictures are down. Which makes sense. Usually when somebody buys the house, they'll have the pictures taken down because you don't need strangers looking at the inside of your, the layout of your house. Oh wait, there's still pictures of it. Here you go. Check that out. I just put it in the chat room. Look at the pictures of this house. It is beautiful. I love everything about this house. You would never know by looking at it, but there's a house on the left and a house on the right, and it's at the end of a cul-de-sac. And if you drive in the cul-de-sac, you can't see this house. The houses on the left and right look like any other house with a yard and kids playing in it. This house is buried in the woods between the two houses. Genius. Frickin' genius. Oh, I love this house. I love this house so much. Perfect studio space. Modern, clean, high ceilings, modern log cabin look and feel, beautiful bathrooms, large shower, large walk-in shower with Art Deco glass tiles. I'm not a fan of why they put a toilet across from a couch. I guess I would change that. It's very strange to put a couch so people can watch you poop. I don't know, what is that all about? So the house isn't perfect, but I mean, something like that's easily fixable. You can enclose that and make it a water closet, problem solved. A little bit of drywall can solve that problem. All the bathrooms look good, all the appliances and faucets and fixtures, interior and floors and ceiling. The front of the house, where it's located, how far it is from Grand Rapids, it's just 20 minutes away. It's perfect. It's the right price. It is the most perfect house. And it was the first house I saw when I looked. Right? I mean, you want to talk about going up to bat, hit it out of the park. But it had just sold 2 days. 2 days before I got to Michigan. And I didn't start looking until I got there. I should have started looking while I was here. And if I'd have seen that, I would have made an offer for sure. What was the asking price? I think it sold at $455, and I think the asking price was $440, if I'm not mistaken. The seller appears to be a toy collector. I noticed that too. There's like G.I. Joe figures in our curio cabinets. And I thought, there's another thing me and the seller have in common. Whoever it was that built that house or lived in that house, I wish I was their friend. Because wherever they move to, I want to know. We seem to have a lot in common. Jaitesh says, that's a cool house. It has plenty of space. That's what I want. I want lots of space inside of the house and lots of space outside of the house. I need space. I've been living in a cramped city since I was born. I was born in Detroit, Michigan, and then moved to Phoenix. I went from one cramped city to another cramped city. And that's great when you're a young person and you want to be in the rat race and all the hubbub of everything happening all the time. It's exciting and there's always something to do and always trouble to get into. Now, I'm tired. I want some peace and quiet, and I want people to leave me alone, and I want to be with nature as much as possible. And that's how I would like to live out the rest of my years, in peace and tranquility among nature, and forget about the rat race. I'm done with that chapter of my life. So I guess I'm not done with it, but mentally I'm done. But once I get that place, I'm out. Like, that's it. Good luck, you're going to drag me out of there dead. With a smile on my face. Peace. I will be at peace before I'll be at peace forever. Going to be a country boy. No, not exactly. No. It's not rural. It isn't. It's a township, right? It's a much smaller population in that town, but even Grand Rapids is a fraction of the population of Phoenix. So even Grand Rapids appears to be country compared to Phoenix, or Detroit for that matter. Stealth Mode said that house is made for having friends over and hanging out, entertaining friends and family. No, it isn't. No, that house is made to be left alone. It's got no bedrooms. Where are you going to stay? Hey, I'd invite you to spend the night, but there's no bedrooms. I'm sorry, you'll have to get a hotel. There's no big barbecue deck out there. That is not a house for entertaining. That is a house to be left alone. That's what I love about it. Give me space, leave me alone. Absolutely. There's also not a lot of parking for guests to park either. That is not a house for guests. I love the excuse too. I'd invite you to stay, but I only got 2 bedrooms, so I'm sleeping in one of them. And the other one's not available because I'm using it for storage, so you'll have to get a hotel. I'd love for you to stay, but there's just no room. All I have is this giant 3,000 square foot great room. Cold and echoey. He wouldn't want to stay here. John Williams says it better have 5G service. It does. It does. It actually does. Transmitter says I love the gun safe in the kitchen. Yeah, that would go. Creek Lake says, I couldn't stand living that way. Yeah, it's not for everybody. You know, I went to New York, and I don't know how, in New York City, I don't know how anybody would want to live in New York City. To me, that was a living nightmare. Just people on top of people on top of people, so jammed and crowded and claustrophobic. And, oh, I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there. It felt like there was no escape. Felt trapped. So I need big wide open spaces. Yeah. But other people, you know, they love New York. To each their own. There's Dr. Michael Ferguson contributes 10 pounds. Thank you, Dr. Ferguson. Why is there a gun safe in the kitchen? John Wilson wants to know. Didn't have to stay there. I can assure you. If it was my house, I'm sure I could find another use for that space. Mitch gets the couch by the toilet. Hey, I'd let him stay, all right? So he should be lucky he could stay there. Yeah, that's a beautiful house, isn't it? And that was the first house I saw when I did my search. And it's in a beautiful location. Alto is a really nice small city on the outskirts of Grand Rapids. It's close to the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. I could literally get on a plane in Phoenix, fly to that airport, and I'm 15 minutes away to that house. Its location is perfect. But there's a ton of surrounding cities like Wayland and Hastings and Middleville, Ada, I'm forgetting a ton of them. Jay Cameron says you're about to go full Ray Finkel. Who's Ray Finkel? Yeah, so anyway, guess I didn't miss anything there. Richard said, Michigan sounds like a dream come true. Just make sure you buy a good snowblower. Don't go outside. Mr. Finkel was the kicker in Ace Ventura Pet Detective. What's a kicker? The kicker? I saw Ace Ventura, but I don't remember. Google it. Doesn't even look familiar to me. I didn't like the movie, so I don't remember football being a part of the movie. I remember about animals. It was like a vet or something. Oh well. Whoosh. Kerry always seems like a new man when he's in Michigan. I feel like a new man when I'm in Michigan. It's a beautiful place. Oh, no, it's horrible. Michigan's horrible. You don't want to go there. I'm trying to keep people out. People, when you realize how beautiful Michigan is, you won't want to leave. A lot of people, it's funny. I was going back to Michigan on a vacation, and my mom said, why would you want to go back to Detroit? I'm like, well, I think that by going back there and going back home, I think that my spouse will understand me better. She says, I'm your mother. I've known you your whole life, but I don't understand you at all. And, Detroit isn't as bad as people make it out to be either. But that's okay. I would prefer people think that way because it stays peaceful and not overcrowded. Like Phoenix and Vegas, just constantly more and more people jamming in. Every day, people from out of state are moving here. And there's a Facebook group called Michiganders Living in Arizona. And I was delighted to see how many people were like, we're from Michigan, we're moving back, we don't like Arizona. And I'm like, well, geez, that must be nice to have the kind of money to afford to go back and forth. And then there was another group that started about Michiganders living in Arizona that said, no Arizona haters, please. This is for people from Michigan who like to be here. Like apparently they have so many people complaining about, they're from Michigan, and they're comparing Michigan to Arizona, how terrible Arizona is, and the people that live here, and how miserable and nasty the culture is here, that they long to go back. They're like, we don't want to hear your negativity. So this is for positive thinkers about Arizona. And if you're not going to be that person, you're not welcome in the group. I was like, wow, it's not just me. I don't want to be a part of your group. You can have it. You can have Arizona. Yeah, Michigan's horrible. Don't ever go there. That's what'll ruin it. Mr. Finkel doesn't take kindly to visitors ever since his son lost the Super Bowl. His hometown vandalized his house and has isolated his family since then. That's vaguely familiar. The Adirondacks in New York is a beautiful place to live. Oh yeah, upstate New York is beautiful. Are you kidding me? The Hamptons? What else is there? Buffalo? Buffalo ain't bad. I'm talking about the boroughs. Boroughs are too boroughy for me. Have you considered buying land and building a home? Yes. Yeah. The problem with building a home is Michigan's a little low on home builders. A lot of them moved to go where their work was. You need permitting, and it'll probably cost about $600,000 to build the house and probably take 2 years. And since I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't know anybody I trust to oversee it as a foreman on the job to make sure all the permitting and all the right things are done the right way on the right time schedule and under the budget, it's just not a practical solution. But you damn right I looked into it, because I thought maybe that would be faster and cheaper, but it turns out to be just the opposite. A lot of people don't want to work. So finding workers to do the work, whether it's the construction, the electrical, the plumbing, the grading of the land or the foundation, the cement laying, the architect to drop the plans, the cities are backed up, the permitting used to take forever, now it takes forever in a day and a half, from what I understand. The cost of lumber, all that stuff, there's shortages. Yeah, it turned out it was going to cost me about 25% more if I wanted to build it myself, and it would take a minimum of 2 years, is what I was told. And if anything doesn't pass permitting, more money, more time. Where would the studio be in the new home? Ideally, it'll be in the basement where it's going to be lighting controlled 24/7 without having the sun affected. Most of the houses I'm seeing in this area of Michigan, on the western part of Michigan, are walkout basements, which is a little disappointing. I really didn't want a walkout. A walkout literally means you can walk outside from the basement. I want a true basement where the windows are up here and you're subterranean. But it looks like all the houses in this area that I'm looking at, the houses are built like it's like a slope. And so from the front of the house, like if you even look at the house I put in the link, you walk a couple of steps to a porch, which is normal in Michigan, to the front door. But the back of the house, you can see the garage. You drive right into the garage, which is right there at the basement. So the back of the house, the basement's fully above ground. At the front of the house, the basement's below ground. So the way that the land is sloped, I'm seeing that a lot. And that's not a deal killer. That's fine. If it's a walkout, it's a walkout. But the studio will be in the basement. Have I looked into a factory manufactured home? No. No. Mm-mm. I really, I don't like the mobile home feel of a prefab home. We have a lot of those out here in the retirement communities. They're sort of what the poor people live in. There's sort of a stigma to it that I don't like. Now, I have seen some prefab homes that you would never know were prefab homes. But again, it's an area where I don't have any experience. And Michigan weather is pretty harsh. You know, if you have a bunch of snow sitting on your roof, it's got to withstand the weight of all that snow for an entire winter season. And, you know, the home has to be built very, very strong. And I don't have a lot of faith in the insulation and the strength of the structure. From what I've seen out here in prefab homes, they're pretty cheesy. So, yeah, I haven't looked into it because I really don't want to live in one. It's like living in a double-wide mobile home. And, you know, look, if that's where you live and that's what you like, or that's fine with you, it's just not for me. That's all I'm saying. I've lived part of my life in a mobile home, and I'm done with that part, as far as I'm concerned. If I have any say over it, it won't happen again. It was pretty miserable. Felt like I was living on a train. B.H. Ringer says, walkout makes it easier to move things in and out of the basement. Well, that's true, and it's probably less prone to flooding. It's just, I grew up in a house with a basement, and I guess, you know, in my head, in Detroit, I think back to the house I grew up in, and we had a proper basement. You know, when there was a tornado warning, you went down in the basement to protect you from the tornado. So the basement was kind of dark and damp and creepy, and I don't know, there's something I really liked about it. And I always just thought all the houses in Michigan were like that. But that's eastern Michigan. Western Michigan, it seems the houses are under a different design. It's pretty rare to see a house there that has a proper basement. At least the houses I've been looking at, so far none of them, I don't think any of them, had the basement like I had growing up. I think they're all walkouts. Check out Lansing. No, I don't want to be living in Lansing. I know all about Lansing. Remember, I grew up in Detroit, so Lansing is too suburban for me. I really want to be on the western side. I want to be by the lake. I want to be by the woods. I want to be surrounded by the woods. And I don't want to be too far away from the city, but I don't want to be in the city. I want to be close to it, but not in it. Lansing puts me, you know, like Ann Arbor. They're beautiful cities, don't get me wrong. And if I was 25, 35 years old, I'd probably like that. But this is a retirement house I'm looking for. This is the house where I want to go to get away from everyone and everything, stay connected technologically, and still be able to conveniently live my life so I don't have to drive forever to go to a store or to go to a restaurant or get my hair cut. It's 20 minutes away, and you're right there in the city. But I don't want to live in the city. And from what I remember of Lansing, it's a lot, as I remember, just like Ann Arbor, where it's all built up. It's all suburbia. There's no woods and forest in the properties. Houses aren't built on 2 acres and 3 acres and 5 acres of land out there that I recall. Also, it's a long drive from Lansing if you want to go to the lake, like Lake Michigan. That's a good 2-hour drive. I don't want to be in the middle of the state. I want to be off on that left side. If I could afford Traverse City or Leelanau, sure, it's a little colder, but it's twice the money. That's okay. It's a little touristy up there anyway. Keep me down south. Southwestern Michigan. That's the place for me, I'm pretty sure. Modular homes, this is Bootburner. Modular homes are pre-manufactured but are built like regular houses, not like mobile homes. Well, I'm sure it's changed over the times that I spent as a kid in mobile homes. No idea. But I can tell you that the homes I'm seeing that are pre-manufactured homes in Arizona, in Phoenix, they're rickety. You can tell, usually. In Michigan, the houses are built of bricks. They're not chicken wire and cardboard. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about with modern prefab homes, but where I'm looking is in an area that is pretty well established. Michigan was a state like 50 years before Arizona was a state, So it's got a longer history of established building on land and older structures, and these structures are built very, very soundly, comparatively speaking. They ain't going nowhere. They're built very, very well. Well insulated, well constructed. They're going to last 100 plus years. These homes in Phoenix, you're going to get 50, 60 years out of them. You got to tear them down. They're going to cost more to put a new roof on and fix them up, and the plumbing's all screwed up. You just tear it down. So I just think that, finding the land to buy and then having to figure out your well and your septic system, as well as trenching for getting internet into it and electricity, plus you've got to grade the land, you've got to get the permitting from the city, and then you get this prefab house put in that I don't feel is going to be really set into the ground the way all the other houses around you are going to be. And I think it's going to be obvious when you're the only prefab house. I think it'll be obvious. But maybe I don't know. But again, it's still an area, that I don't want to get into. I don't want to delve into that. I want to be able to ideally have a move-in ready house. For that kind of money, it should be move-in ready. Don Allen contributes $25. He says, thanks for the nice conversation. Hey, thank you, Don. Appreciate you. You could mush a team of sled dogs to work. I work from the house. Were they going to mush me from the bedroom into the basement? Maybe build a moat. It's too much work to maintain a moat. You ever maintained a pool? Ugh. Took 20 years off my life. What's going to happen with your business and retainer clients in Arizona when you move to Michigan? I don't know yet. I don't know. Dunkity saying goodnight. Hey, Dunkity, thanks for hanging out. Photo Ray says, I thought of finding a hidden cave way out somewhere, but at least have satellite. I don't want all the bugs and spiders and stuff in a cave. You can have that. When do you plan to move? I have no idea. I got to find a house first. If I don't find a house, I got nothing to move to. So, tomorrow, 2 years from now, I have no idea. He could maybe sell his business, CCTV users? No, I wouldn't sell my business. I'd give it, but I wouldn't sell it. TJ Hagan says, I've got some family near Lowell, Saranac in Michigan, not too far from Grand Rapids for larger stores access. I looked through Lowell. Lowell's a pretty old community, and I really didn't like, it wasn't my speed. It's too built up as far as like house. The downtown is like 1-2 blocks, and it's all really old building. It looks really low income in Lowell. It's got a good location. I agree that the location is where I want to be. And there were some nice houses, but overall it seemed very low income. So, and I'm not looking for a high income. I'm looking for right down the middle, and just Lowell looks a bit neglected. Have I checked the Greenville or Lakeview areas? I don't think so. I don't know that I've heard of those cities. I don't want to live in a gated community. Some of those sound like gated communities, but I don't know. I definitely don't want to be in a gated community. I don't think a moat makes a lot of sense in Michigan when it'll freeze over and people can just walk across it. I don't think you guys really thought that one through. Guess you can stand on the frozen ice and look down at the alligators. I'm sure they live in frozen waters of Florida. Chris says, come to upstate New York. No, thank you. It's a nice place to visit. It's beautiful. But I don't care for the culture of the eastern part of the United States, and specifically in New York. Not that I can really say a lot about upstate, but I'm trying to get back to the culture that I was raised in. Photo Ray says, I guess Sun City is out. Yeah, not if I don't find a house in Michigan. I'm 70 years old and I haven't moved back yet. I'm probably going to need to bite the bullet and go be with the rest of the sheep in God's waiting room. Can't you buy a house and rent out your old one for money? I suppose it's possible. But do you know what renters do to houses? I used to deal a lot with real estate agents with computer problems back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and all the horror stories and the houses they would show me, what the renters did to them. I never heard a good, well, the times I would hear a good renter story were few and far between. And there's a guy here on YouTube that rents properties, and he shares the struggles and what's the profits and the costs. And he goes into the house after the renters have moved out, and the house is just demolished. I don't think I'd want to do that to my house. I don't think I want to. I got too much work put into my house to do that. Aaron, Computer Tech says 29 degrees Fahrenheit this weekend in West Central Florida. The Gators will go to the Bahamas. There you go. James says, I've worked on rental properties. Yeah, I bet they kept you busy. Because, boy, I've seen some stuff and I've heard some stuff. These people in Florida, there was a story in the news the other day. These people rented a place in Florida and they put their deposit and their first and last month's rent. And they moved into it, and then they were told they had to get out because the community did not allow renters. So even though it wasn't like one of those scams where somebody, put up a house they didn't actually have and take somebody's money, the owners of the property legitimately rented that out and apparently had no idea about the CCNRs, about the homeowners association they were living in, that said absolutely no renters are allowed in the community, and those people had to get out. The people didn't do anything wrong. Neighbors saw them moving in. Hey, what are you doing? Well, we're renting the place. Oh, went back. Called this, homeowner association. Hey, these people are renting the place. You go out there, say you got to get out. I want to be away from people. People are nasty to each other. There's no reason to do that to somebody. CCTV user says, Carrie, if you had the choice of living in Michigan or traveling the world to places you want to see, what would you choose? There's not a lot of places in the world I want to see. I could probably see, like, there's nowhere in Asia I'm interested in. There's nowhere in Africa I'm interested in. So that just kind of leaves Europe. And so I would travel Europe and maybe Scandinavia. And that's the limit. That's it. That's all I'm interested in. I suppose visiting the Arctic would be kind of cool, but literally and figuratively. But how long are you going to stay? As much as I'd like to see Finland and Sweden and Iceland and Greenland and Poland and Great Britain and I guess maybe Fiji and some of the Caribbean, all of the Caribbean really. But I could probably do that. Wouldn't take very long. Norway looks amazing. Most of Europe looks amazing to me. I'd love to see Italy and Germany and France and Slovenia and Slovakia, Ireland and Scotland and Wales and Carrie, would you ever live on a boat? I think I'd get cabin fever after a while. I like big, wide open spaces. In a boat, you're pretty well trapped with nowhere to go. So I wouldn't mind circumnavigating the globe on a boat, but then I probably wouldn't want to step foot on a boat for a long time after that. It'd be a great thing to accomplish in life. And I've got a friend who wants to do that, and he's building a boat, or he's fixing boats. And he said his wife doesn't want to go with him. I said, take me, you and I will go. So he wants to do that by the time he's 65. And he's been a friend of mine for a very long time. It could happen. Could happen. Don Dixon mentions Canada. Yeah, Canada's nice. But I lived in Detroit, so I've been to Canada. For me, very picturesque is the Cotswolds. If I had all the money in the world and I could travel and get a thatched roof house in a village in the Cotswolds, and I didn't need internet access and I wasn't doing the YouTube thing and I was just wealthy and just waiting to die, oh my God, the Cotswolds. Oh, it looks amazing. I've never been, obviously, but every time I see it on TV, every time I watch it on the telly, it just looks more and more beautiful every time I see it. Jay Cameron says Amish. There's a lot of Amish people in northern Michigan. I grew up with Amish communities in the northern parts of the state. Although I don't like to live in a commune, I've never met an Amish person I didn't like. I haven't met that many, but the Amish folks I've met or I've seen are not threatening. It's not like, hey, there's some Amish people, roll up the window and lock the doors real subtly. You know what I mean? You're not threatened by them. They're not intimidating people. And they make some great furniture. I don't know much about them, but I'm a solitary lone wolf kind of guy. I wouldn't do well in a commune. They'd kick me out. Oh, and there goes all my Amish viewers. Tech Ninja says, what's more important to you, a down payment on a house or a Tesla? Well, how long is a Tesla going to last? Like 10 years before your battery pack goes out? Definitely a house. A Tesla, I don't care about a Tesla. I really don't. That's a luxury item where a house is a necessity. So I'm trying to combine a necessity with a luxury by getting the house of my dreams. You know, there's nothing wrong with my Mustang. It's perfectly fine. It runs beautiful. I've never had to pay for a repair on it. And it turns 9 years old? 9 years old on the January 31st. I just had to do the registration on it. I've never owned a car for 9 years that needed no repairs. New or used. Never, never, ever, ever. This car has not needed a single repair. Yeah, I've had to replace the battery. I've had to put tires on it. And, of course, the air filter and the oil changes, tire rotations. I'm only on my second set of tires. Car's perfect. It still looks like new. It's beautiful. So, you know, part of me would like a new car just because I'm bored. This is not a good time to buy a new car unless you want to pay more for it than you need to. And if I was flush with cash, yeah, who cares if the car costs $5,000 or $6,000 more? Who cares? But I'm not in that position, and I don't need it. I wouldn't have anywhere to park it. It would just sit out in the sun for 100 days in a row of temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit and just brutally deteriorate the paint in the interior. Unless I moved it in the garage and took the Mustang out. I mean, I can't trade the Mustang in. It's paid for. It works perfectly. Why would I give that away? That's crazy. So, no, I don't. A Tesla, I don't care. It's more of a joke. It's not that I don't want one. What would I do with it? I don't go anywhere. Who cares? And I know parts are very hard to get on a Tesla. Repair times can be extraordinary. They're expensive to insure. It's just, I don't have that kind of money to burn like that. It's a very poor investment. Alejandro says, hello, Mr. Carey from Santa Cruz, Bolivia. Right on. Hello, Alejandro. Thanks for joining us. A yacht has a natural moat. Yeah, my friend has a yacht. My friend who works on boats. He has got a yacht, and it was sunk, and he repaired it. So he got it for a fraction of what it's worth, and it's a very modern-looking yacht. I think it's a 60-footer, and I think he said he can go to 80 feet before he needs a different pilot license, boating license, to drive it. So he wants to sell it. He wants to fix it and sell it, and get the maximum 80-foot yacht. But I don't know what his timeline is. He's got the yacht running, and it's beautiful. And I can't believe he got it so cheap. But he's working on it as a hobby. It's something he's a computer guy like me, but he likes to spend his time working on cars. And now he's moved to boats. Well, he moved to jet skis and like Polaris off-road vehicles. And now he's moved into boats, and he keeps fixing the little boats, selling them, and using the money to buy a bigger boat. And now he's up to a yacht. The yacht is the heck is it called? I can tell you what it is. Maybe I can't. Well, you can kind of get a look at it. You know, the picture doesn't look all that impressive, but it's bigger than it looks. If I can bring it full screen. Oh, I don't have the right screen on. Oh, Carrie. First time using a computer. Can we turn it sideways? And you have to get all the way up at the top to pilot it. You sit all the way up here. Anyway, it's beautiful. I can't remember what he said the make of it was. I'm not into boats, can I tell you? But I think he said that was, he said it was either 48 feet or 58 feet. I think it's 48 foot. And I think he wants to get like I think the maximum is 80 feet before you have to get a different license. And then when he gets that one, I think he wants to circumnavigate the globe in the big one. But that one, it's all running. He's got it all fixed. I guess what happens is these people, they buy these boats, these yachts, and they park them at the dock, and they don't cover them, and it rains, and they just don't do any maintenance on them, and then eventually the battery dies, and then the bilge pumps stop pumping, and then the boat sinks. And then my friend buys the boat real cheap. So, yeah, apparently that's a problem. James says, sadly, I never learned how to swim, so a boat is not for me. Yeah, well, there's life jackets, but I had to learn to swim. I didn't have a choice. Frank wants to know, what's the build plan for this Friday's live stream? I don't know yet, Frank. There's a number of things I can choose from. Might be working on the Big Beast build, maybe. Might finish up the HTPC. There's a lot of different things going on right now, so we'll just have to see how the rest of the week plays out. Jim Manchka contributes $19.99. He says, I'm wishing you all the luck finding a place to live in Michigan. Well, thanks, Jim. I just think it's a matter of time. You know, I don't expect to find my dream house within weeks of looking. It's probably going to take months. The fact that that original house I saw, you know, that big, beautiful house in the woods, just happened to be the first house I clicked on. I mean, that's incredible. Just knowing that house exists inspires me that what I'm looking for is reasonable and is doable. It's just, there are homes that have never been on the market out in Michigan. People buy them, and they live in them, and until they die, then the house becomes available, and you go, oh my God, that's a beautiful house. I never knew it existed. And I've seen a couple of homes like that. One I saw was potentially what I wanted, but it had been neglected. It had never been on the market. It was an estate sale. So somebody died, and the house was on the market for the very first time ever since it was built. And it was neglected so bad. And it was, they wanted $299,000. It sold for $370,000. And it was going to need a ground-up restoration of everything. It was going to need at least $100,000 of work. So my attitude was like, let somebody else buy it and fix it, and then let them flip it, and you know, then it'll be worth $500,000, and I won't have to do any of the work. So I suspect that's going to be either somebody's going to flip that house, or somebody's going to make that a project, because it was just severely neglected. It looked good from the pictures, but when I got the walkthrough, like the loft had a rail that had come off, so the loft had no railings, and it had a rope that said, do not walk up here, this is a liability. So they wouldn't allow anybody to walk up on the loft. And you could see the carbs in the wood where the rail used to be, and apparently when the rail broke, they just said, rather than fix it, let's just remove the whole railing. So you have a loft with two edges you can just walk off. You could just, whoops, and then you fall, whatever it is, 12 feet to the floor below. And it was just really, really badly neglected. From a distance, it looked great. It was in the woods. There's no yard. It's a private drive. It's at the end of a cul-de-sac. It's close to the airport. All that same stuff. But I think it was built in the 50s or the 60s, and they just lived in it until they died, and they just didn't maintain it. So it didn't look right. Like, all the construction looked like they made it up as they went. Like they were playing it fast and loose with the architecture. So it was different, but it didn't necessarily make any sense, and it was in bad, bad shape. And I'm like, I could fix it, but at $300,000, knowing I got to put $100,000 into it, it'll take me 2 years to fix that house. So just everything, floors, kitchen was going to have to get built out, the bathroom was going to have to be rebuilt. The wooden deck outside was warped, it was going to have to all be rebuilt. I don't know the condition of the roof, but let's assume that was bad. So I was like, well, I don't want to pay $300 for it. And somebody paid $370. So there you go. I'm glad I didn't even try. Gold Seals Gold says the electric windows in the Mustang have been a headache. Not my Mustang. Never had a problem. He's got an '04 V6. It needs a paint job. Well, geez, you got a car that's, holy crap, that's almost 20 years old. What do you think? Is this channel about life stories? This channel is about anything I want it to be about. Generally, we just talk. It's like walking into a bar and overhearing a conversation, and then asking, is that what this bar is about? It's about whatever you make it. Footer says, hey, your weeds haven't come back, have they? I got one weed that's come up, like one stubborn weed. I was going to go out there and pull it. How do you feel about cutting down trees, Footer? We got some kind of tree out there. I don't know what it is, but it's got these little things that are flying off of it and into the pool, and it's by the hundreds of thousands, little yellow gold little balls. And I've been sniffling and sneezing, and I think I'm allergic to whatever that is. And the pool has got like a coating across the whole top of it. It's all jammed into the filter. It's I don't know what that tree is, but it needs to die. Carrie, what new tech are you looking forward to in the coming year? I'm not seeing anything new. I'm just seeing the same old thing made faster and hotter. I'll let you know if there's any new tech coming out, but everything that you're calling new is the same old tech, and they just make it faster and hotter. The last new tech I saw that was cool was Wi-Fi in 1998, whenever that was. There hasn't really been anything new. I guess smartphones, but I wasn't impressed with smartphones. I had a flip phone for a long time, if you remember, if you've been watching the channel. I didn't want a smartphone. But I knew it was coming, and I knew when I had one I'd regret it, and I do. It takes up way too much of my time. But, yeah, there's really nothing new that excites me that I'm aware of. I mean, I hear promises of things, but it very rarely actually comes to light as anything, other than a project at MIT or research, what do they call that, proof of concept. It doesn't really make it to consumers, so I'm not aware of any new technology coming out. It's just more of the same stuff. Same solid state drives, bigger capacities, faster speeds, same processors. Take up more voltage, generate more heat, they go a little bit faster, it's all the same. After 30 years in the industry, kind of the excitement has died down. When we had sound cards, that was pretty cool. And then when sound cards went stereo, had a Sound Blaster AW64 in stereo, it was amazing. And then we got to see 3D graphics for the first time. Blows your mind. Now it's harder and harder and harder to come up with an idea. It's like, you just write an app for it, Sodium ion batteries. I'm not excited about batteries. I don't care about batteries. What are your thoughts on Intel selling their SSD division? I don't care. It's Intel's property. They want to sell it off. Let them sell it off. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. I don't care. Junk email says augmented reality is going to be big. Yeah, they've been saying that now for, you know, when I was at Newegg and I was hosting Newegg's videos, when was that? 2018? car-ey-lyst and what was the other one? Hive? No, HTC and Oculus. And they wanted me to do videos. I'm not going to do videos. Well, why not? It's the future. I'm like, nobody wants this. The people who want this are lonely and have too much money. Reality is far more interesting than playing pretend. When I was a child, I played pretend. I'm an adult now. And anytime you use the word virtual, it's an adult word for the word that children use called pretend. The virtual world is numb and empty. When you're hungry, why don't you go ahead and have a gourmet chef make you a virtual meal? Let me know how it tastes and how filled you feel after your 4-course virtual meal. It's stupid. I don't think augmented reality will be anything more than a niche for a certain segment, a very small segment of a minority of people. And I'm tired of it. Like, they've been talking about it for 4 or 5 years now. Where is it? Windows 10 has the mixed reality portal in it. Who's using it? TeamViewer and Instant House Call were even using it for remote repair usage, and it's never amounted to anything. And you have some enthusiasts who are very excited about living pretend in a numb world that has no smell and no feeling. You know, somebody built a car racing simulator, but it doesn't actually move. It doesn't tilt. It doesn't push you forward or lean you back. There's no sense of motion. So you can do all your maneuvers in your virtual car and your virtual road, but it doesn't feel anything at all like actually driving a car. They made it look like a car, but unless it pulls you and jolts you and swings you around, it's numb. It's like, if you think living a numb life is better than reality, I think that's what most heroin users would say. What a shame. The world is so beautiful. If we lived in a world if we lived on Mars and you couldn't go outside, I totally get the appeal of virtual reality. But when you have reality right out your door, why would you need to virtualize what's there? And what's there has a smell and a feel. You don't get cold in virtual snow. It's fake. It's child's play. It's immature. It's silly nonsense. And while it does have some usage in training in certain fields, it is not anything I think the average person would see any appeal in outside of a curiosity. You put the headset on, you go, okay, so what? You know, now that Pokemon Go craze, boy, I'll tell you, that thing's still going strong, huh? And those fidget spinners just selling out. The wheel just keeps going around, spins and spins and spins, and people just keep spinning in circles. Oh, this is the latest thing. Oh, this is the latest thing. Oh, this is the latest thing. This is going to be the latest thing. No, this is the latest thing. Hey, what's that? How's those Furbies doing? What about those Beanie Babies? How about those Cabbage Patch dolls? Oh, we're going to go back around fidget spinners. Oh, virtual reality. Oh, this is all new. It's not new. You're spinning. You're just going around in circles. Where's the originality in the world? Where did it go? When did everything get so boring and predictable? Welcome. This is what you got to look forward to if you're younger. Get all jaded and mean. No, I honestly, I would love to be excited about it. But it's got to have a killer app. It's got to have a reason to exist for the masses to want it. If the masses just want it because it's cool, then it'll just fade out. Now, I'm sure the Oculus and the was it the Oculus Rift and the HTC Vive? That's why I said Hive. I was mixing HTC and Vive. I see what I did now. Oh, Newegg just harassed me. You got to do a video on it. So I couldn't argue with them, right? They wouldn't listen. So I said, I'll tell you what, you get your hands on an Oculus and you get your hands on an HTC and I'll make the video. But you got to get them first. They said, okay. And I never heard another word because they couldn't get their hands on both. They could usually get one or they could get the other, but they could never get them both. And I'm like, that's why it's stupid to make a video about it. If you can't get it, what's the point of making a video for something people can't get even if they did want it? And why the hell would they want it? Yeah, it's really cool for about 15 minutes, and then it's just boring, in my opinion. It's very boring. Like there's a really cool game called, come on, Carrie, let me think of it. I'll find it. Go to YouTube. Beat Saber. So Beat Saber, if you YouTube Beat Saber, there's some videos people have made where they're playing this game. And I think Jimmy Fallon's done it on the Tonight Show with a guest, where they play Beat Saber with a guest. That looks incredibly fun for about 15 minutes. Hey, there's Peter Laycock. Peter says, good morning, Carrie, and everyone in the chat from Bonnie, Scotland. And Peter contributes 50 pounds. Thank you, Peter. Good to see you, my friend. TJ Hagen said there's a real cool game called Kick the Can. Yeah, well, I'm kick cans. Carrie's just not a gamer. No, you're not a gamer. My generation, I'm Gen X. We're the original gamers. We're the OG. Galaga, Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Zaxxon, Galaxian, Space Invaders, Missile Command, Tempest, Dragon's Lair, Centipede, Millipede, Ms. Pac-Man, Ghosts and Goblins, Asteroids, Pole Position, Joust, Robotron. We're the original gamers. We didn't game 24/7. We went to the arcade, we hung out with our friends. The arcade closed at 9 o'clock, we went home. Gaming is over. You got kids today, listen to me. They just want to game. That's all they want to do. Call of Duty, look at these graphics. This is the same Halo game, but they made the graphics better. And you're using some funky controller. It's got up and down, left and right over here, and up and down, left and right over here, and then it's got bumper buttons and trigger buttons. Oh my God, how many buttons do you need? You go left and right and fire. I don't know, man. I'm a different kind of gamer. I'm an original gamer. The games I played, you never win. The games that we played in the 80s only got harder and faster every time you'd go to another level. It just got harder and faster until you died, just like life. Those were real games. You could never win those games. There's no cutscenes. There's no loading times. There's no storyline, that arcing storyline. There was no end. You can never win these games. Never. Very rarely you could run into somebody that could roll the game, right? That could reach like level 256 where that you reach the end of the mathematical possibilities of the levels where the game doesn't know what to do and it freaks out. Pac-Man's level 256 is like half jumbled and half maze. And you can look at it on YouTube. I never saw anybody do it in person. Dragon's Lair, if you were people would crowd around the machine if you were down in with the dragon and you're trying to rescue the princess. You'd get a crowd, 30, 40 people around the machine. I'm like short. I'm looking up over between people's shoulders trying to see what's going on. It was exciting and fun and social. And there was no bullying happening at my arcades that I went to. I was welcome there. I wasn't teased or threatened. Oh, that was gaming. What it is today is okay, but it's just, You can play a game and end it. You know, I played Grand Theft Auto 5 and won it in 6 hours. I'm so disappointed, 6 hours. You know, these game developers spend years making these games. Star Citizen may never be released officially, right? As far as like being done, it may be a game that never gets finished. That sounds promising. If you had an Atari 2600, you had a joystick that went up, down, left, and right, and then the angles. It had 8 basic positions and a fire button. Now you got this controller, you got to use both hands, you got to be, enjoy your arthritis in your messed up eyes. John Paul Bacon mentions pinball. So pinball was more my brother's era. I wasn't a big pinball fan, but they were, you know, pinball machines were in the arcades. And if the games I wanted to play were occupied and I wanted something to do, I'd throw a quarter in a pinball machine. I was never very good at it because I didn't do it a lot. Carrie, do you like math? Math is logical. It's predictable. The thing about math is it's not a belief system, and it's not based on faith. It's, you know, if the world got wiped out and we all started all over again with nothing, I don't know that religions would be the same as they are. But math would definitely be the same. We would come to the same conclusion on math. So I feel it's real, it's logical, it's scientifically provable. And I don't know that it makes me a fan of it, but it exists in the same way that a wall exists. If you don't want to believe it's there, it doesn't mean you can just walk through it because you refuse to believe it. You're probably going to smack into it. And that's how I feel about math. It's not a matter of liking it or disliking it. I don't have feelings about the wall, about liking that wall or disliking it. I just know it's there. There's no question or doubt. There's no gaslighting me to tell me that wall doesn't exist only in my head. It actually exists. And math actually exists. So I don't know that I like it. I don't dislike it. It's just there. Inarguably, it's there. It's really not a point of discussion. You don't have to like it or dislike it. It changes nothing. Why do you ask? That's a weird question. Bob says, the reason I'm sad today is because I'm practically failing my math class. IT and 80s music for the win. Math is very logical. I think, you know, some people, when I was growing up, I noticed immediately some people were very good at English and some people were naturally good at math, and very rarely did the two ever cross over. Very rarely would you ever meet a student in school that was good at English and good at math. You would meet students that weren't good at either, but there certainly seemed to be an inclination towards English or math. English didn't make a lot of sense to me. Prepositional phrases and adjectives and nouns and pronouns and proverbs. I just like seemed like they're making stuff up. The English language is very confusing. And they just make up rules. It's like Gallagher does a whole thing. He used to do a whole thing on the English language. It was hilarious. Tomb, T-O-M-B. So B-O-M-B would be boom? No, that's bomb. Oh. Two, T-O. So S-O is Sue. No, N-O. Wait, hold on, let me think this through. H-E-A-R-D, herd. B-E-A-R-D, bird? Beard. Oh. Ache. A-C-A-H, wait a minute. A-C-H-E. Ache. M-U-S-T-A-C-H-E. Mistake? Mustache. Oh. Right. Sum. S-U-M. Dumb. D-U-M? No. D-U-M-B. Gallagher, he's the best. If you can look on YouTube and find Gallagher talking about the English language back in the 80s, man's a genius. My 2 cents says, would you rather drive a pickup truck or an SUV? Give me an SUV. Pickup truck, what do you do in the back? What's the bed for? What am I doing that? What am I doing? You put anything back there, people steal it. In Phoenix, you leave something in the bed of your truck and park and walk away for 2 seconds, you come back, whatever in that bed is gone. You park your car in a parking lot, go in the mall, come out, somebody's thrown their empty bottles and cans in the back of your truck. You know how I know? I used to own a truck. I own a couple of trucks. I had no room to put my groceries. I'd have to put the groceries in the bed of the truck and drive home with all my frozen food in July, and it's 115 degrees outside. No way to secure anything. So give me an SUV with tinted windows so I can have passengers. I know there's 4-door trucks, but where do you put luggage and stuff? You're just going to throw that in the tailgate, in the bed? Oh, well, you can get a cover, tonneau cover, and you can get a lock for the gate because they steal your tailgate. No, SUV is so much easier, man. Pickup trucks are great when you know somebody who owns one and you need help moving. And when you get tired of helping your friends move, you get rid of your pickup truck. Bob Newt said, I'm just one of the quiet kids at school who's in my own IT world all day at school. I couldn't care less for any school subject. Well, IT involves a lot of math, though. You would think if you were interested in IT, you'd be interested in math. I would think. Computers are based on math. It's all math-based. That's all it is. It's a calculator. It's just on a bigger scale. And when you understand math, computers make your IT job becomes a lot easier. It suddenly becomes very logical. You don't have to figure out how everything works. You can just understand what it does, and then you can understand basically the math behind it, and it makes it easier to understand whatever it is: hubs, switches, firewalls, software, programming, how the internet works, how data travels in packets, like how TCP/IP works. All of that's all math. Especially when we talk about parity. Parity is nothing but math. You want to talk about compression, talk about forms like zip and RAR and JPEG. All that compression, all that's math. And it's very, very logical. I would think if you're interested sincerely in IT, you're naturally also interested in math. You cannot have one without the other. It's like saying you're into cars, but you're not really into driving. Okay? CCTV user says, Carrie, years ago at school, we would log in from any of the thousands of PCs to get into our accounts. Could you give me a simple explanation of how exactly that works? Well, no, because it depends on the software they're using. It depends how you were logging in, right? So when I first got involved in corporate America networking, they were using a program there at the time called Banyan Vines, which is a whole different way of communicating than Novell NetWare, which other places would do like OS2 Warp type servers. I mean, we're going back in the day, and then we had 10base2, Token Ring. We had all these different types of networking protocols, and then the software and how you connected things together. Like you couldn't connect to the internet with Windows 3.1 unless you installed something called a WinSock. And so all that's built into Windows now. But back then you had to do all this modular. You had to piece it all together. And it did require a certain level of knowledge, but also dependent upon the network you were connecting to, right? So no, I can't tell you how they did it because I don't know what network they had or what year this was or what you were logging into. I have no idea. You'd probably have to talk to the people who set that up. Unless you and I went to school together, I have no point of reference for what you were describing. I mean, I understand technology, but I'm not a mind reader. Rupen says, PET computer generation, remember those? Yeah, when I was in high school, we had a Commodore PET, and I programmed on it in computer class. I wrote a program for the football team to get my PE credit because I wouldn't participate in PE. I told that story. But yeah, that's what I used back then in 1984, 85, 83, probably was 83. CCTV user says it was all Windows login screens. What version of Windows were you using? Like I said, back in the day, depending on, if we're going back to Windows 3.1 and you're dialing in, I'm assuming with a phone? I mean, I don't know how you're connecting. I don't know anything about what you're describing. When I worked at the power company, we had remote access for employees who would dial in over the telephone. What was the name of that software we used to use? Can't remember. It was a pain in the butt. It was very unreliable. We always had to reboot the servers. There was always blue screens and problems. What was the name of that called? Your school might have used something like that. I don't know. What do I think about government jobs with pensions? I mean, what are you supposed to work your whole life? You got to have a pension. What are you talking about? You'd be a fool to work without a pension. John Wilson says, what happened to your PayPal link and the video notes? I started with some clean video notes today, so these video notes aren't the normal ones I have, but you can literally find it in pretty much any other video I have. CompuServe? No. You're talking about AOL and Prodigy and CompuServe. No, we're not talking about stuff like that. We're talking about direct access to another computer over a phone line. I'm sure if I have some friends I can ask that I worked with that I still talk to today, and they could tell me what it was, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember. I can't think of it. It's probably blocked out because it was such a nightmare to work with. Hey, Peter Laycock provides my PayPal link. Thank you, Peter. Not all jobs have pensions. You're right. That's why I said you'd be a fool to take a career without a pension. How are you going to retire? You're just going to work forever until you die? How are you going to... Look, you either need a job that's going to pay you way over how much you need to live so you can put it away in the bank, and then you've got to figure out how long you're going to live, how long you think you're going to live. You've got to have a pension if you're smart. Nothing wrong with the pension. All for it. Tech Ninja's talking about BBSs or Telnet. Now we're talking about corporation remote access, which is probably something like the school used. I wonder if I can Google search what did we use for remote access in 1996. What did we use? RAS. was a remote access server that users could connect to back in the day. But we had an application, a very specific, and your school might have just been using RAS, but we had, was it from Cisco? What was it called? I can't remember anymore. I'll have to talk to a friend of mine, and it's a good question. I don't know how your school did it, but probably RAS. PC Anywhere? No, corporations didn't use. I'm not aware of any corporation that used PC Anywhere. It just wasn't secure for us. Peter Laycock's getting ready to go to work. He says, goodbye, everyone in the chat. It's time to go to work. Catch you later. Hey, thanks, Peter. Good to see you. Have a good day. John Wilson says, check your PayPal. Well, if you say so. See, it's been quiet today. I got nothing. Oh, hello. Jack's contributed $150. Wow, thank you so much, Jack. John Wilson likes to be called Jack. Hey, thank you, Jack. It was very generous. As always, he's always generous. He's encouraging me to keep the channel free. And contributions like that. That'll keep it free for a while. I appreciate it. Tech Ninja says, I have to admit, Carrie, you were already a computer expert by the time I first discovered computers in 1988. Oh yeah, well I was out of high school in 86 and I'd already done programming and stuff in 83. And then I was doing it as a hobby as early as 81, 82. It was about 1982. I can't remember if it was 81 or 82. I had my TRS-80 Model 1 I bought used. Was $400 or $450 used, and it was a bargain. And I had to explain to people why I had it. What would you do with that thing? It's a waste of money. Yep. Parents insisted I was wasting my time, and I should practice studying more so I could get a real job instead of playing around with computers all day. It was a tough fight. Sorry, I stepped off camera to get this. You got me in the mood for gaming. Did somebody say gaming? See how nothing but quality over here. You gotta love eBay. You can buy some very questionably legal stuff. Licensing? Who needs a licensing? It's get a cold Gatorade. Let's go back to 1985. Some weird reflection happening. Let's cut some lights. See if we turn that one off. Let's come over here and turn this one off. Here we go. Can we see it now? Ooh, look at that reflection. There we go. Oh, we can see it. This is what life was kind of like. The screen wasn't this big. And each machine had its own game, whereas this machine has 60 games. I wish, in the 80s. All right. Let's go here. Here we go. The design of this kind of sucks because the bottom of this this piece here, is blocking the bottom of the screen, the very bottom. Best game ever made. Call of Duty doesn't even compare. Not even this, not in the same universe. Music to my ears. Now if I don't shoot my own ship, that'd be good. Okay, come on now. I gotta hit this guy twice. There's the first one. And he's gotta come down at me. If I shoot him while he's up there, I lose my guy. He's hostage. So I can't shoot the hostage. Ah! I almost shot the hostage. That's my biggest fear. Don't shoot the hostage, Carrie. Come on now. There we go. One more try. Let's do it. Oh! We're so close. Come on now. Come on now. It's taking too long. It's only level 1. We got a ways to go. You're not dropping? You jerk. But I better put my glasses on. I'm shooting like a stormtrooper over here. It's an 80s reference. Jelly, you're not going to drop, buddy, huh? All right, I'm going to kill your family. Here we go. Is that your friend? Say goodbye. There he goes. Die. All right. Everything's getting real now. Here we go. No! Oh, 2 got away. That's how we did it, 1983. That's how it was done. Put your quarter up there, wait your turn. I'm gonna be a while. That's how we did it. Call of Duty. Give me a break. No! Missed my bonus point. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Oh, that's too close. The whole thing, the lazy Susan swiveling. Arcades didn't move, man. They're 300 pounds. that one was close. Here we go. Oh, that's not the fire button. Damn it. Keep moving. Can't stay in one place. They'll get you. Come on now. Get out of the corners. They'll get you in those corners if you're not careful. Can't stay in the corners. It's not good. It's only level 8. I got to go to like level 30. We're going to be a while. Oh, wrong fire button. I keep wanting to hit the player 1 button. Whoops, killed your buddy. Yeah, I guess I'm going to be on one guy for a while. He won't give me the radar on his when he's on his own. How did that miss? Look at my bullets are going right through the guy. Come on, this game's broken. Sucks. I gotta shoot with one ship. Are you kidding me right now? All right, I'll let you guys live. Whew, not my best game. Try and swerve between those bullets. Here we go. Now that should have killed me. But there are times they killed me they shouldn't have, so I'm taking it. Give me the second ship. Bye-bye. Go on, die. All right, here we go. This is how we did it. This is what we did in the arcade. You did this for hours until you got good at it. Quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter. And you got better and better. There's no patterns. Well, the challenging stage there is. Ooh, that was too close. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Missed one. Missed one. Almost at 100,000. Pretty good for an old man. Gotta hit this button. This is the fire button, not the player 1 button, Gary. Sorry, I screwed up last time. Space bugs. Damn it. Look how fast they come down. Look how slow my... Oh, he slowed down. Gotcha. All right, one guy again. Now this game isn't going to last much longer. Not at this speed. And one ship. And all these guys just getting more and more of them. Just one of me. Oh, there's 2 of me. Yeah, 1 spare life. Yeah, I cleared that screen pretty good with one guy. Woo, they're moving. All right, I need that right there. All right, this is all or nothing now. If I die with my ships captured, I lose both guys. Because I don't have anybody left. Got it. All right. This is not a good place to be. Gotta move. Oh, they sent another row out because I killed too many. Oh. Too close. Get out. Die. Get. Oh, seriously? Ooh. Okay. Well, you didn't even see them before they died, huh? Ow! Just like the good old days. Woo! Ooh. That's what I'm talking about. Worth it. Ooh. Oh, this is not going to be pretty. I just moved right into that. I saw as I did it, and I did it anyway. All right. Yeah, level, what was it? Level 20, level 18? Is that what I got? Level 18? It's not bad. All right, I get to put my name on the high score. Oh, where's the back button? I want to go back. Oh, well. High score! And that's why I'm so strong. You had to work those, you had to work. It's not just some Call of Duty little controller, tick, tick, tick. No, you pound on these, pound on them. That's how you win. It's like pinball, you know, you had to bump the machine, but not so hard that you tilted it. You kids today, you don't know what fun is. You wouldn't have lived today. You wouldn't have lived through the day in 1983. You wouldn't have gotten by. Yeah, this is a cool thing. John Wilson says he needs to sign up for the new Space Command. I can help you get in as I am a full one-star general. Yeah. Greetings, Starfighter. You have been recruited by Zool and the Kodan Armada. I forget how you get back to the main level here. Oh, I guess it just did. This was always fun. This is a twisted game. This is called Dig Dug. Pop. Uh-oh. It's getting away. Level 2. See, the ones that are close to the top, they can get out soonest. No! I got hit by the dragon flames. Nope, I just squished myself with a rock. Whoopsie. No! Man, that's it for that game. Wasn't very good at that. What a shock. Oh, the game girls loved. No violence and no. You only use one hand, up, down, left, or right. No guns. No dual dexterity. Just patterns. And if you could remember the patterns, you could win every level. You just gotta. It's a pattern game. It's always the same. I don't know the patterns. I just make it up, and you'll tell because I don't last very long. Uh-oh. Story of my life. Anyway, yeah, we played games like this. These were video games. These were 3D graphics. And these were way more fun. Way more fun. Because you could never, ever beat the game. You notice how the sound pitch increases to add pressure audibly to what you're playing? Oopsie. This is the soundtrack to my life. Hard to play it when it's behind me. I just want it to die so I can move on to the next game. Whoopsie. That one gave me 5 guys. You normally only got 3. Gyrus was so much fun. This was an interesting game. Before there was 3D graphics, they had perspective games where everything's on an angle. This gives you your altitude. And if you're too low, you got to know based on your shadow. It requires you to look a certain, oh, that was a missile. It requires you to have a certain visual perspective of altitude. Damn it. The joystick, you're going on an angle this way or this way. It's not up or down, it's angular. So it's kind of throwing me a little bit. I'm way off on this game. When you played it enough, remember, that was a quarter. It was 25 cents right there to learn how to play the game. And you played it gladly. You paid it gladly. Of course, Another one the girls generally liked. Again, there wasn't just one controller, so it wasn't intimidating. This is only level 1, so it's pretty easy. Oh, I just jumped in the water like an idiot. Such an idiot frog. Oh, get off of that. Oh, those darn turtles diving. I did that by mistake. And the game's over. There goes 25 cents. Wouldn't be Donkey Kong without It's On like Donkey Kong. It's Mario from Super Mario Brothers. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Hurry, hurry. That sounds like a gorilla. So donkey means dumb and Kong means gorilla. Yeah, like King Kong? King Gorilla? Uh-oh, now I'm stuck. You gonna go away? No? Oh, shoot. See all those things I took off? I gotta start all over again. It's unforgiving. That guy's over there. Oh, that guy's over there. They know where I need to go, so they're kind of hogging the place up here. He can't cross that thingy. Oh, I got stuck. Now I gotta do it all over again. Should try a different strategy, I guess. This isn't working for me. These guys are everywhere. Whoopsie, went off the edge. They should really put some guardrails. Oh, didn't know I had another guy. See now, shoot. Oops, I just landed on him. Sorry, princess, you die. 25 cents, there goes. And Ass was the best player in the arcade. He was on every machine in there. I think there's a YouTube video on the documentary of Ass and his legendary status in every arcade across the United States. I love gyros. I love gyros. It was like a next Galaga on steroids. With classical music, digitized. Toccata and fugue in C. Uh-oh. Double fire. Do I game? Carrey's not a gamer. Kids. See him switch direction like that? You work your way through the universe, so I'm going to Neptune. You work your way to Earth. I don't remember the challenge stages. I forgot what they were. Whoopsie. Hey, not too bad for a guy who doesn't remember. Perfect. I guess I shouldn't remember more. Defender is the game you were trying to land and save people by Williams. And then Stargate was the... I didn't like the game, too many buttons. Oh, I think I made him angry. Oh, I didn't want that guy there. I need that bonus point. Oh, I got it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And we move on. 2 more warps to Uranus. Whoopsie. Shoot, forgot where they come from. I'm all twisted around here. Oh, I got too many of them there. Shoot. No! Ah, you hit me. 1 guy left? Seriously? I can do this for 1 guy? Fine. Die. Die! Ooh, I play better with 1 ship. I mean, with 1 gun. Whoops, maybe not. Maybe not. Uh-oh. I need my dual shooting back. Give it back! Ah, that meteor hit me. This is not going well for Carrey today. Hey, made it to Uranus. Challenge stage. Where do they come from now? Oh. I guess that's where they come from. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no. No, 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 no. Wait, where's he going? I really messed that up. Ooh, I did not do well. Don't go to Saturn. I used to make it all the way to Earth, but that ain't gonna happen tonight. Not with 1 guy and no double fire is killing me over here. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. No! I died it. No cheat codes in that era. Well, there's some, Galaga, there was a cheat code for it. If you were on the first level and you left one of the yellow or red guys and you let them pass through for about 10 minutes without shooting, then they wouldn't fire at you anymore. Where's the fun in that? 1983, yeah. Time Pilot was fun. So your character stays in the middle, everything moves around you. It's very disorienting. Oh, I gotta save that guy. Oh, I missed him. Let's go get him. Can we go get him? Uh-oh. Get him. Got him. Whoopsie. There's a lot of going around in circles in this game. Got me in the clouds. Anyway, yeah. Carrie's not a gamer. Carrie's not a gamer. Not a gamer. I'll have you know. Do just fine, thank you. This was a challenging game. It's a pretty simple idea. You go around the edges, and if this swirly thing touches you, or if these electrical things touch you, you're dead. So you have to... Why isn't it working? It's not moving up. What's wrong? Something's broken. You have to push a button? Well, I guess it's been a long time since I played this. And the idea is you gotta box these things in until it doesn't have any more room to move. You have to fill 60% of the screen. And don't touch the thingies. Uh-oh. I'm at 55%, just a little bit more. Finish the first level. Yeah. Yeah. All right, well now my hand is going to be blistered right in there because that's where I'm hitting the controller. Well, wait a minute. It's this hand. It's this finger. I'm on this left hand to move, right hand to shoot and jump. Yeah. But no, I don't game. Bring the studio lights back up over here. That's what we did. That's how it worked. Stealth Mode said, Uncle Car-ey, I've never seen anybody hit the buttons as fast as you. Hey, man. That's how you live. You can, some of the arcades had the button where you could just hold it down and it would fire automatically. And if you hit something, your next bullet is ready. But if your bullet just scrolled off the screen, it wouldn't fire again, if you noticed. So that's why I was hitting the button as rapidly as I had a bullet available. But if the game was set up with the button held down with rapid fire, that's a lot easier on my hands. So if you Google tabletop classic arcade, they're about $600. Like this unit here, there's a 60-in-1 with a 19-inch screen, $599, and then $60 for shipping. And that looks like the same seller. I'm sure these aren't that legal, but you know, it's not really a problem for the buyer so much as a problem potentially for the seller. But yeah, eBay's got, just type in tabletop arcade and you'll see several of them. And there is somebody in a garage building them apparently. Oh, they have a Defender tabletop, $1,000 for Defender. Is it just Defender or does it have Joust in there too? It says it's a JAMA harness, but it only says it's got Defender. I never liked Defender. Way too many buttons to press. But usually the JAMA board that has Defender on it has Moon Patrol and Robotron. Well, this wouldn't have Robotron because it doesn't have the, you need a left and right controller. This must be Defender only. Wow, $1,000. I bet you it cost them $200 to make that. It probably does cost $60 to pack and ship it, though. I believe that. Yeah, eBay tabletop arcade. If you want the real thing, they're about $2,000 for the real one. $2,000, $3,000 for a single like Galaga upright, the way the arcade had it in the 80s. With the coin door and everything. Planet Cryos contributes $2 for my gaming efforts. That's 8 games. Randy says, what was the game where you were going to land to save people, and if you got the enemy, he was banging on the door to let him... Oh, that was... well, it had 2 names. That was from Lucasfilm. That was back in my Atari days. It was called Behind Jag-Eye Lines. And those graphics are pretty rough. You look at it today, but it had another name. But Behind Jag-Eye Lines was the game I played on the Atari 8-bit. And it looks like this. Put the link in the chat for you. I didn't read your question all the way through while I was gaming. Did I ever play a role-playing game? I was big time into Dungeons and Dragons. Did I answer that already? use the silver wedge on the lazies. And yeah, now you tell me. What about PC emulators for arcade games? Are they any good? Tech Ninja wants to know. Not without the controller. You know, you can emulate the game, but if you can't emulate the controller, this is an important, a very, very important part of an 80s arcade game. It's critical. Different arcade games had different types of controllers. The game Tron or Gorf had different controllers from Missile Command or Centipede that had roller balls, or Marble Madness, or you dealt with Robotron that had no buttons, just two joysticks. One moved your character in the whatever direction you moved that joystick, and the other joystick fired the character's gun. It required both hands moving independently at the same time. It's a very difficult game. So yeah, without the controller, the emulator's pointless. You're not gonna realistically play Galaga on a keyboard and a mouse. There's Galaga you can download on your smartphone. It's crap. It looks and sounds good, but it's totally unplayable. You've got to have the right controller. And notice the way this controller is designed. It's not a single stick. It's got a pole and a ball on top. If you look at the original arcade games, that's how they were. But the other games, depending on the game, it wouldn't necessarily use the same joystick. It would have a different design and a different feel. And you would get to know which game you were on. If you closed your eyes and felt the controller, you knew which game you were on. Now, these games are all micro-switch controllers, which immediately have a different feel than the old buttons and switches we had in the 80s, which were just flexible pieces of metal. And basically, when you move the joystick this way, the metal hit the other piece of metal over here on this side, right? Because this, you think about the opposite end of this pole, it's hitting here, and that tells the software to go to the right. So when you move it to the left, and now you're hitting the metal contacts on the right, that's telling it you want to go to the left. Anyway, they were like leaf spring kind of, what was it from? So what was the name of it? It was very simple in its operation. Just a piece of metal hitting here, and when you push the fire button down, it pushed a piece of metal and made the contact and created a circuit. So you were firing. Now with the micro switches, they're better. They can withstand a lot more abuse. They'll last a lot longer. They have a different feel. They're not organic. They're not analog. They're digital. And the analog feel's gone. But it's close. I would say that, give me an old school original Galaga machine with a CRT, not an LCD, and give me those old mechanical, like leaf spring style switches. It's just very, very comfortable. It's fluid. Did I ever think about becoming a firefighter? I'm too small. No, you got to be a pretty big person. You're going to be carrying people out of buildings, and you got to wrangle with those hoses with the, 200 psi of water coming out of them. It requires a lot of strength, and it helps if you're a big, 200 plus pound person. So no, that it would be like asking me if I was going to join the NBA. I mean, there was Muggsy Bogues, but there's one exception in the entire NBA. No. Oops. Bob Connor says, Mitch Morrison is in the chat. What are you doing up, Mitch? Aren't you a bit old to be up this late? Tech Ninja City had a Gravis game pad controller. I remember those. I couldn't afford one. All right, guys, I guess that's going to wrap it up for tonight. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It was fun. And I'm going to have to practice my Galaga skills, but this isn't a good Galaga. This isn't a good one. It really isn't. You know, a proper Galaga should be an upright machine that has, you know, Galaga and only Galaga on it. It should have a coin door, and it should have the proper joystick in the proper location and all the right proximities and percentages, and then maybe just be shrunken down a little bit so it fits on the tabletop. It's stupid. Let's boot it up, see what it does. I had to put a coin in. It's going to be hard for you guys to watch. Come on. That's pretty cool. Shut it off. Even the marquee lights up. There it goes. My best friend. All right, guys. Like I said, it was fun hanging out. Appreciate you. Thanks for all the support, all the contributions. Peter Laycock, John, Jack Wilson, Planet Cryos. Thank you guys so much for all your support. And thanks for participating in the chat, asking your questions, even if you don't like some of the answers. And yeah. DJ Lion wants to know when my next stream is. Hard to say right now. I don't know if I'll have a stream tomorrow. I will try. Same with Thursday, I don't know. And then Friday, of course, we're live. Mitch will be here. We'll do our build or something Friday at 1 o'clock. We always are live Friday at 1 o'clock, no matter what. As far as during the week, I just go as time permits. Brian Henry says, Carrie, the bring your own phone kit is cheaper from straighttalk.com. I paid less than $10. I don't think you get a free month of service for $10, do you? I think at Walmart, you're getting the first month free, and then they're sending you the kit of 3 SIM cards. They're sending you 3 SIM cards for $10, and they're mailing that to you, and a free month of service. That sounds like it's too good to be true. Hey, Patrick's still in there. Hey, you were there the whole time, Patrick. That's cool. Yeah, thanks to Patrick for sending a little box of goodies. And yeah, we'll have to remember, if you want to qualify for that, nominate yourself. You've got to be in the United States. And we want to prioritize people that are will benefit the most, that are in the most need for, you know, needing a computer to communicate, whether it's for kids for school or for yourself for work, or just being able to stay in touch with family and friends. So leave a comment in the section below to nominate yourself. And yeah, thanks to Patrick, of course, for his contribution of not only of all the goodies, but the cash as well. I appreciate you, Patrick, and not the first time Patrick's done that. And I've had viewers mail me stuff, but not usually multiple times, so I didn't expect that. And it was very thoughtful. Put a lot of effort into that. Yeah, I think that's about it. Brian says he moved to Mint Mobile for $25 a month. I don't think Mint Mobile's in the U.S. Isn't that a Canadian thing? I don't know. Do I plan on doing more Life 101 videos? Absolutely. All right, guys, we will see you all again. If I can go live tomorrow, I will. I've got several videos I still have to make. I was going to do that office video, and it's not done now, and it's late. So that's going to have to be done tomorrow, which is what I said yesterday and the day before and the week before that and the week before that. I seriously need to get it done. So if I can get that done and still have time, I'll go live. But I really, really have to do that. I'd also like to get Mortant's computers finished so I can, or computer finished so I can get that shipped. And there's another one I've got to ship out. Whose is it? Oh my gosh, I've completely forgotten. There were two I have to get shipped out, but they need cable management done. I got to talk to Photo Ray. We got to get him over here, put him to work. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll just remember to hit that subscribe button so you get those notifications. Make sure the bell's clicked and you can be alerted when I'm going to go live next, because I just don't know right now. Other than Fridays at 1 p.m. Arizona time, I go live as time permits, but I absolutely always go live Fridays at 1 p.m. Thanks again. I will see you all very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.